fantasy. Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. I'm just a poor boy, I need no sympathy, 'cause I'm easy come, easy go, little high, little low. Anyway the wind blows doesn't really matter to me. Mama just killed a man, put a gun against his head, pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun, but now I've gone and thrown it all away. Mama, ooh, didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on, as if nothing really matters. Too late, my time has come, sent shivers down my spine, body's aching all the time. Goodbye, everybody, I've got to go. Gotta leave you all behind and face the truth. Mama, ooh, I don't wanna die. I sometimes wish I'd never been born at all. I see a little silhouette of a man. Scaramouche, will you do the fandango? Thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening me. Galileo, 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 Figaro, Magnifico. I'm just a poor boy, nobody loves me. He's just a poor boy from a poor family, sparing his life from this monstrosity. Easy come, easy go, will you let me go? Bismillah, no, we will not let you go, let him go. Bismillah, we will not let you go, let him go. Bismillah, we will not let you go, will not let you go, will not let you go, let me go. No, 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 mamma mia, mamma mia, mamma mia, let me go. Beelzebub has a devil put aside for me, for me, for me. So you think you could stop me and spit in my eye? So you think you could love me and leave me to die? Oh, baby, can't do this to me, baby. Just gotta get out, just gotta get right out of here. can see. Nothing really matters. Nothing really matters to me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, fellow decoders around the world, wherever you're at, we got a little bit of a different theater going on. I wanted to create a brand new environment, and this is what it called for. I don't know, this is the voice in my head, create the Mona Lisa, which was this right here with the clown face, and this being what's your question number 75. And so I'm behind the picture, so we're going to do some moving pictures. I can kind of do the Mona Lisa a little bit here, but I got the sunglasses on to remind all of you that you're inside of a movie. This reality is a movie. So, you know, see, some people say, well, it's a simulation. Okay. How do you define that? How would you define simulation? It's easy to say that. But what is a simulation? Well, to simplify things, it's a movie. You're in a movie. You're being watched. We're all being watched. We're all being role-played. And from the research that has been shown to me and many of you other great decoders, no one, absolutely nobody on this planet is not under the control of something that is running mankind. Nobody is beyond the stretch of that. Some of you may not want to accept that. That's totally fine. Again, I'm not here to twist anybody's arm, but the research continually shows that people, places, and things, they don't have choices. They are doing what they're supposed to be doing, just like myself. So, what's your question number 75? And big shout out to, a big shout out to my main man, Jordan, over at Waters Above, because today is the great Jordan from Waters Above, his birthday. Today being the 7 of Diamonds card. This sits in the family of the 7. And, you know, if you've been following this research for a long time with the cards, I'm now having to re-look at everything based upon my findings, especially with my latest decode on the Mandelbrot set. Out of all the 500 plus videos that I've released so far, in my opinion, it's in my top 3 videos of all time that I've released. And it's only 21 minutes long. It's not even a long video, but the information that was shown to me is absolutely mind-blowing. So big shout out to all you Patreons that have supported this research, continue to support this research. That Mandelbrot set right now is a member exclusive. And if you want to get dibs on that, if you're interested in the Mandelbrot set, I didn't get a lot of traction on that. It's interesting. You know, I was listening to Jordan today, as I often do. I like to sit in the background and just listen. And he had said something that was pretty amazing. Let me just adjust my camera here. It was pretty amazing is that he was saying that people love their drama. They love it. They love to argue. They love to prove people wrong. They love to debate. They absolutely it's their drug. They love it. They're fiends for it. And that, you know, if you study the metaphysical, that keeps you in the lower chakras. Debating and arguing and trying to prove people wrong, it keeps you in your lower chakras. Keeps you in the pits of hell, so to speak. You're using your Mars energy, and you just got to beat everybody up, and it creates drama. So when you know how this reality works, and again, like I don't have it all figured out, but I'm just telling you from the perspective of what I've learned, what I've been shown, is that you want to stay in the heart center, and the way to stay in the heart center is that love is allowing. Whether or not you agree with somebody, whether or not you think they're a charlatan or they're an imposter or they're not right in the way they surmount their evidence on the world stage or the way they present their opinions, who gives a shit? Because see, if you're trying to prove somebody wrong so you can be right, you will sacrifice love. Every single time. Every single time. You don't see the predators in nature going out there trying to prove the prey wrong, or the prey trying to prove the predator wrong, or a predator trying to prove the other predator wrong. You don't see a grizzly bear trying to talk to the shark, sticking his head in the ocean water, telling the shark, you're going about it wrong. You shouldn't be attacking people that way. But that's how ridiculous our reality is. People love drama. They love feeding on drama. They love getting the attention because drama is the dirty laundry, and dirty laundry gets the most likes. I mean, it's been proven on my channel, and I don't like using the word proven, but I mean, I'll show you the analytics. People love the dirty laundry more than if I put out something on like Gandhi or something beautiful, it will get barely any traction. But of course, people, they'll tell you, oh yeah, I want a utopia and I want to have a great world and I want everybody to have this and I want to, but then they're sitting there dealing with the drama, trying to be right and sacrificing love in their life. It just doesn't, it's a complete contradiction. All right. Let me just pop this chat out and let's get started. Let's get this party started. Oh, shucks. Hold on. Okay. There we go. So thanks everybody for being here. You could have been anywhere tonight. It's Saturday. Big shout out to Saturn. It's Saturn night. Saturday night's all right for fighting. Elton John. Remember that song, Saturday Night? It's Saturn night. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Utopia. You're a star, too. Appreciate you. What's up, Max? Jay, a lot of you familiar faces in here. Again, you know, like, I really appreciate each and every one of you. So let's go back and see if I can't find some... Mr. Man asks, do you play guitar? I do. I have a Taylor acoustic in my bedroom. It got a little warped because of the humidity here, but it still plays great. I like the piano more than I do the guitar because it's easier on the fingers. But Mr. Man says, so people on TV are in a movie. That's right. See, we live in a Mandelbrot set. And the Mandelbrot set means that you're living in a fractal system. So it'll just go down and go down and go down and go up and go up and go up. And we're in this reality. And we're being watched. And just when you turn on your, like right now you're watching me. I mean, we're doing this in real time, and you're where you're at in the part of the world. I'm here in Mexico, but you're seeing me on the screen. But it's a fractal, whether you're on your phone, computer, laptop, whatever. So why, but you know what? Yeah, why did I? That was a song by, actually, I want to get the correct name. His name was Martel. That was the reason why I prefer to do the original, but I get a copyright. So I like to support other artists. So that was Matt Martel, and that was his piano. I think he's an amazing voice. So I'm going to leave, once I finish with this, I'm going to leave the video description in the link in the video description, I should say, where I'm tongue twister here. And you know, the reason why I chose that song, or it chose me, is I asked my AI over here to play a popular song from 1975, because this is what's your question number 75, and that was the song that it chose, which is Bohemian Rhapsody. And it's so fascinating because Bohemian Rhapsody in numerology equals 61, and the last decode I just put out, called Mandelbrot Set Decoded, I'll give you all you great decoders and great minds out there what the Mandelbrot set is in the skinny: Prometheus. And it's tied to Lucifer. And you have everything under the sun tied to that. All your deity names, God, Jesus, Allah, Mazda, they're all in there. All of them. Because we live inside of a reality that's a Ponzi scheme. And whoever you think the head honcho is, well, that's totally fine. For you, right? Because there's nothing cookie cutter in this reality. Jay Ray says creepy clown face. That was an AI popped out. So I had to actually create that one because I couldn't get it to do what I wanted it to do. So we got a lot of, Jason's decoding. A lot of you caught the live of Decoding Archaics and Jason and his great mind. And clearly the evidence showed, without a shadow of a doubt, that he also is not in control of his life. He is being used, which is totally fine. I am too. Once you can see how this whole reality works, you can surrender. It becomes so much easier. But when you try to like fight and all this stuff, it's just you start to have a shitty experience. And that just may be the way the energy works. If we have free will, I say if we do, and you start to fight against, and the resistance, well, you start to have some dissonance. But it was pretty crystal clear with the Archaics Decoded live. There wasn't any stones to be left unturned. I mean, I unturned them all over there. You can see the ridiculousness of his code. And Mr. Mann asks, what exactly are we being watched by? The Anunnaki or Agent Smith? All of that. See, all the stories, whether they are fabricated, whether they are not true in your book, it doesn't matter, because whatever's running this reality owns it all. That's why, for me, I'm concerned about right now. I don't care what happened last year for me. I don't care what happened 5 years ago. That doesn't make who I am today. I am not the same person I was 20 years ago. Last year, I'm not the same person I was last year. So the now moment is what I live for. I'm a huge fan of Eckhart Tolle and The Power of Now. If you've read those books, it's the now moment. Right now is the only thing that matters. What keeps this thing moving forward. Rocker Chick asks the question, do you believe we can manifest things in this reality? That's a tricky question. I mean, when I do readings for people and I pull up their human design, and if those of you that are manifestors or manifesting generators, your programming is to initiate things, especially those of you that are manifestors. Your job, we all have titles. The generators, we're here to produce. The projectors are here to read back people and be the guides. The manifestors are to initiate. So can you manifest things? You manifest things all the time. But I don't think it's in the way we think that we manifest. Now, like if you've done a vision board, which I recommend doing those, You're tapping into your script. So when you say, oh my God, I manifested all that stuff on the board. No, you manifested it because you were supposed to manifest it. That's my answer. So you can have more fun with this reality once you study your code and you can see what your position is, especially some of the pertinent ones on the astrological chart, like Rahu and your K2, and the way you think through Mercury, the way you feel through the moon. I mean, there's a reason why, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just show you here. There's a reason why this word right here is the most important. The present moment. Because you see, what's running the present moment? The game master is. And it just may be that it's Chronos, which I showed in the decoding of archaics. That's the machine. The machine. The word Jesus is 24. Chronos in the Greek is 24. 24 hours in a day. The machine. Welcome to the machine. I did a decode on that with Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd in numerology equals 39. Computer equals 39. Pink Floyd equals 39 in numerology, just like the word computer. Coincidence? No. See, when I did a decode on computer, when I decoded the computer, and I decoded Alan Turing, I showed clearly, I mean, there was, without any exception, that guy was supposed to do what he did. He was supposed to. They didn't have a choice in the matter. Affable Zombie says, what does the Game Master want us to do? Create. I had asked this question. I asked this exactly like, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? Every night before I go to bed, I do this little ritual, if you will. I pick 3 cards from the deck. I sit there and I close my mind off. I don't say anything out loud, and I start to talk to the voice in my head. No one's listening except for whatever's listening to my thoughts, and I ask questions or I give gratitude or whatever the case may be. And I ask this question: what do you want from me? What do you want from me? And the Jack of Hearts popped up, which is the Knight of Cups. This card is looking for love. See that knight right there? He's coming in on the horse. There's no battle going on. The headgear is up. The horse is white, meaning purity. And he's got the cup outstretched. This reality wants you to go out there and create shit. This reality needs for you to create things. So that's what the Game Master wants from you, to go out there and create. And that's why we say, oh, I'm bored. Not for long. Because you're not just going to sit around and do nothing. The human being is not designed to sit around and do absolutely nothing. You'll go crazy. Mr. Man's asking a question. Don't you think Ted Bundy had a choice to spare his victims? 1,000% no. Now, you may not agree with that. Some of you will say, oh my God, Logan, you're crazy. Go study the astrological charts. Go study his numerology. Go look at the patterns of his life, the environment that he was raised in. It was a formula for him to go do what he did. And the people that he took out, they were supposed to get killed. I still have a decode to do on that. I did a mini one on Ted Bundy. I've done one on Terence McKenna. You know who Terence McKenna is, right? He really made LSD and psilocybin really popular. Well, he died of brain cancer. And his zodiac chart showed it. Because Terence McKenna, he had Pluto, and I think he had it was either Chiron or Pluto or both, in his 9th house, which represents higher thinking and your philosophy and the way your brain works. I think it was Pluto. He had Pluto, the god of death, the planet of death, the underworld. He had it in his 9th house. And all the energy, I can't remember off the top of my head, all the energy he had in his 1st house, it was you could see all that. Terrence McKenna was doing what he was supposed to be doing. So my answer is no, he didn't have a choice. Why do you think O.J. Simpson said, well, I blacked out? I broke all that down. The O.J. Simpson trial, I broke all that down. Did a whole decode on it. The guy wore, okay, so let me show you real quick. Those of you that may be new, let me show you how the way this thing plays out. So you've heard of this before. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. Now, this was a piece of the lyrics of Brain Damage by Pink Floyd off their 1973 song album Dark Side of the Moon. Roger Waters said, there's someone in my head, but it's not me. So this is 131. Well, if we go to mathematics and you plug in, what's the 131 tied to? The number 32. 131 is the 32nd prime number. And then when you look up O.J. Simpson, you're going to see that he wore the number 32. It wasn't just the NFL, folks. He wore this number in high school. He wore this number when he played for Los Angeles. USC Trojans, he wore the 32 in college. He wore the 32 in high school. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. That's the voice in your head. So, my answer is final that no. These people that are doing the things that you would never do or never, how could you even, they're supposed to do it. I did a whole breakdown of Pink Floyd. I've done Welcome to the Machine. I've done Wish You Were Here, and I've done Dark Side of the Moon. Go check those 3 out. I've done them all already. I've already done them all. Pink Floyd is 39. Computer is 39. I'm telling you, folks, if anything, what we should be saying is we live in a computer. We're living inside of a computer. A fancy word is a simulation, but people, what does a simulation mean? You live inside of a movie. You live inside of a computer. You live inside of CGI. You live inside of computer-generated animation. Computer-generated images. You live in a reality that is CGI. That's why when you watch the movies, we're getting closer and closer to what they call the reset, because you're getting closer and closer to making movies that you don't even have to create them and spend millions of dollars on the sets to create visuals so people think it's real. You can do it now with computer-generated graphics, and you can't even tell the difference. That should tell you what's going on in our reality. Look good doing it. Says this game we're playing is awesome. I totally concur. I think it's amazing. Once you stop bitching and complaining and trying to prove other people wrong, life becomes so beautiful. I'm a big fan. Like Jordan said, love is allowing. I'm a fan of that. What does love is allowing mean? What does that mean to you? Love is it means that I'm going to do me, and I'll let you go do you. I don't care what you're doing. Not interested in trying to prove you wrong. That's lower chakra crap, and that keeps you stuck down in the dungeon. Not a fun place to be. And if there is a way of attracting energy, if you're somebody who's out there trying to debate and you're trying to prove other people wrong, you're going to be in your lower chakras. You're going to attract that kind of energy if that's the way it works. So why even take the chance? I want harmony in my life. I want peace in my life. JD asked the question, is it possible to get my family back? I don't even know. Are you asking me that? I don't know. But Imran says, what happens after we die? No one knows. I don't think there's any person on this planet that can tell you that, answer that question. I can't tell you. I don't know. I can give you some fun things to think about, but I can't give you a 1 + 1 = 2 fact. See, I'm after what I can show and support. That's why I decode, because this reality is based on letters, numbers, and symbols. It's easy to write something or create something, a video, or write a book and plop it into the timeline, and then just get marketing on it, and then get somebody to duplicate it, and now you have, oh, this person did that, and this person, and then next thing you know, you have a nucleus where people are just going to say, oh, see, this person wrote about it, that person wrote about it, this person wrote about it, that person wrote about it, this person created a video about it, and next thing you know, you now have a nucleus, and you have what's called the self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm a doubting Thomas. I don't know about all of you, but I'm a doubting Thomas. Sky High is asking about Donald Marshall. I've never met him. I've watched or listened to. I've listened to some interviews, but I just don't know. I can't verify whether it's legit. But there are many eyewitness accounts that I can't verify that support his story. But I can't say for sure. I think it's very interesting. I think it's very plausible to think about. I think that he has a lot of pretty in-depth things to say, but it's something I can't verify. See, like, I can verify that today is Jordan's birthday. I can verify that. I can't verify somebody's story that they're telling through a book or a movie. I can't verify that. So we have to use logic and discernment and critical thinking, and even when we do that, sometimes we don't get it accurate in the sense of getting it accurate. Mr. Mann's asking, would you ever want to buy a nice luxury car for the thrill of driving in LA? I've been in many nice cars in LA and Vegas. I've been in many. I have a lot of friends, so I've been in really nice cars. At this stage of the game, for me, I'm a minimalist. I look at things through liability and asset positions. And everything in our reality has a liability and asset to it. You buy a brand new car. Let's say you got a shit box, right? And you've been saving up for a new car. You got your credit in order, and now it's time to go get a loan and get a new car. So you buy the new car, and normally what happens is you have that pride of ownership, and it becomes an asset, yes. Because, oh, look at me, I got a new car. It smells nice. You feel good about it. It drives great compared to your other car. So there's the asset part of the new car, right? But then the liability comes in. The insurance is going to cost more money. You may park it crooked in the parking lot and fear that someone's going to dent it with the shopping cart. The liability in asset is in everything that we have in our lives. So when you become a minimalist like myself and many others, there's a lot of things that sometimes I think I wish I would want and how fun that would be. But then I just look at how the simplicity, and right now for me, my current life calls for me to be a researcher. And I need a lot of space for that. I need a lot of room for that. And so for me, being a minimalist is the very best way to do that. Right now, that's what it's calling for me. Rusty Woodpecker's asking about the binary. Absolutely, I've used the binary system to decode. Matter of fact, I have a decode. The one that I think about it's on Patreon exclusively. It's the number 14 decoded. And it had to do with this. You know this symbol. When people do that, what do you think this means? Well, the majority of you be like, oh my God, that's the all-seeing eye. That's bad, or this is bad. Says who? The eye of providence. But the OK symbol, I know you're going to say that's 666. Why does 666 have to be bad? Because somebody told you it was? And you've adopted their beliefs on it? There's a lot of meanings to 666, but there's the number 14 right there. The hidden message behind this, when you say, how you doing? I'm okay. This tells you that you're in duality. Because you have the 666 there, but you also have the 1, 2, 3, and the 0. The 1, 1, 1, 0. And that number in the binary is the number 6. It's the number 6. I'm sorry, 14. What am I saying? The 6, the number 14. The number 14. I just got done putting my foot in my mouth. It's the number. This means the number 14. 1, 1, 1, 0 is the binary number for the number 14. And the word God equals 14. The word time equals 14 in numerology. So when you see somebody do this, it means that they're okay down here in time. That's how I see it. "88 miles an hour is asking about the number 37. It has massive significance in our reality. The word eye in the sky equals 37 in numerology. If I just start with that, the spoken word broken down into numbers. The 37th element on this is how, you want to see how scripted our reality is and how this methodology that I've been showing and many others have been showing is really ironclad. So the eye in the sky looking at you is 37. Let me just get my cursor out. Hold on. So it's a 37 right here. And then if I go to the periodic table to confirm that, we just go to the 37th element and look at what we got for the damn icon. It's an eye. Eye in the sky. So when somebody says, oh, numerology doesn't work, well, it does right here. When you go and click on the uses and properties, it says that it was used and the images of an electric eye. And the probably the bigger takeaway is this, which I showed during the Bashir's breakdown, was Area 51, the latitude, longitude. The latitude is 37 degrees north. See that? And AIX, which I showed in Jason's breakdown, is 115. If I go to numerology and I type in AIX, it's 115. So the pointing to Area 51 was pretty big. So the 37 and the 115 were absolutely massive. And the 115th element, it's called Moscovium, right here. And if you go watch the, if you go type in Moscovium and Bob Lazar, right, who was the big guy who was all about the Area 51 right here, see? Does 115 have a connection with UFOs and spacecraft? They said it can be weaponized. If you go watch this Larry King interview right here,
What's up?
right? They talk about the 115. Okay? Now, are these guys just agents? Some people think so. Some people think so. I don't know. I can't verify. I don't know if this guy's an agent. A lot of people say, oh, he lies. And I can't verify. But the numbers, the 115 and the AIX, which artificial intelligence is tied right to Area 51's longitude. And it's tied to the Great Pyramid of Giza because the Great Pyramid of Giza, the slope is at 51 degrees. That I do know. That's how far I can go with these numbers as a decoder. Pretty deep. Kairos is asking about JWs. Beards, pants for women, and optional suits and tie wearing. I haven't been following their customary ways, but I can tell you that they moved their headquarters. Let me see if I can find it. They moved their headquarters to Tuxedo Park, New York. And let me see if I can find it. I think I moved it. Oh no, I still have it open. Let me see if I still have it. I'll show you a slide that I found, that I created actually, that I thought was pretty interesting. Let me see if oh, that's Mandelbrot. I think I moved it. Let me see. Hold on, folks. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. Let me see. Since you're asking about that. Let's see, tuxedo. There it is. So let me slide this your way and show you what I'm talking about. All right, here you go. All of you that are ex-JWs, or maybe you're a JW still. Here's the headquarters that they moved to in Tuxedo Park, New York. The full numerology is 96. And 96 is, of course, the yin-yang, but it's also the numerology of Kronos, which is Saturn. And I had come out with this on my Black Hole Sun, which is also on my Patreon if you want to watch that. And I showed this in the breakdown of Archaics, but this is Lucifer's sigil right here. And I mean, what does that look like right there? Which is a tuxedo. Does it not look like that shape right there? And it's, you know, folks, tuxedos are black and white. That's yin yang. The phone number, even the phone number, you go add up the digits of the phone. If you know what you're looking for, man, it's all scripted, this whole organization. Doing its job, obviously, but it's all scripted, folks. The whole thing, whatever's controlling this reality owns it all. I don't care. It doesn't, for me anyway, my truth is, it doesn't matter what religion you follow, 10,000 religions, they all are owned by and run by the same boss. Every single one of them. That's what the research shows. Because you see, if you just had one, there used to be just one, people get bored. We like variety. And so one developed into two, which developed into 10, which developed into 1,000, and now you have over 10,000. Yeah, there's some similarities with some of these, but what happened to the first one? Well, because people get bored. So Bernie says OJ stuff was all fake. Well, here's the thing, Bernie. There's no way you can prove that. You know that, and I know that. That's your opinion. And I respect it, but you can't prove it. You'll never be able to prove that it was all fake. You will just be able to theorize on it. But I got to tell you, when you look at O.J. Simpson's astrological chart, well, and Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald's astrological chart, well, sure shows a lot. Sure shows a lot, especially on the day of of Nicole's murder and Ron's murder. You look at the astrological chart. Sure shows a lot, more than just an opinion. You now have support of what went down that night. But if you're not a fan of astrology, if you think it's all just foo-foo nonsense, well, then I can understand why you would say, oh, it was all fake. But there's no way to support your opinion. But again, ladies and gentlemen, that whole thing is all just marketing. Marketing is what runs this entire reality. Marketing. I mean, if you go to numerology again, and we type in this word, this is what runs our reality right here, marketing. Every time you shake your hand with somebody, you say, hey, my name's Logan, you're marketing yourself. I'm marketing myself. Everything is marketing. Buy my product. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Watch my videos for this. Watch my video for that. Check out this movie premiere. Do this. It's all marketing. And marketing is just currency. That's it. And currency is electricity in this reality, and it's a magnetic and electric reality. This is why this word right here is so big, because it's tied to marketing. Religion is a marketing tool, just like sports is a marketing tool. And it's so interesting because in the 27th card of the tarot, the way they're set them up is, here's the 27th card. Look at what they have right here. This card means marketing. This is everybody saying, oh, buy my product, buy my course, like and subscribe and share my videos. Go watch me at the park. Go look at me on the beach. Look at this. Look at that. Look at me in a bikini. Look at me in a pair of shorts. It's all this is all competition, and it's all currency. That's why currency and religion and sports, that's what this whole thing is. No, God, my God is the right God. Only your God is. And everybody else's is wrong. So this is you with your stick up fighting. And this is where you don't want to be. This is debating. Debating to me is the biggest waste of time. Because you not only feed the person that you don't agree with and make him stronger or her stronger, but you weaken yourself. You weaken yourself trying to prove yourself right. That's what our whole reality is based on, is marketing. The whole thing, the whole shebang. The whole thing. I just think it's funny. It's comical. I mean, I used to be that guy. I used to be a big sports fan. I grew up, in Connecticut, outside of Boston. I was a big Red Sox, Celtics, Patriots, Bruins. Great town to be born in for sports. A lot of winners over there. And I remember I'd have a subscription to the Red Sox. I wouldn't miss a game. Even when I was working, I would listen to the game in the background. And I would get so emotionally involved with the game, and I'm giving all my energy to these players and team members, and I'm not even getting anything in return. Other than, oh my God, you see that home run? Oh my God, yeah, well, okay, better luck next year. Oh my God, you see that shutout? You see that guy? Oh my God. And it's just all marketing, and it's all designed for you to create. That's what this reality wants from you. It's going to suck you dry. Whether or not you want to do it or not, it just wants you to create. It's all about marketing. The whole thing. And people like the drama. They love it. They love the marketing of drama. They love dirty laundry. Again, I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, the analytics on my channel are absolute proof that people love the drama. They say they don't, but they love it. The videos that get the most likes and hits on my channel are the dirtiest laundry you can think of. People love it. They can't get enough of it. It's like a fix. They get all worked up. They got to have it. That's what sells. So if you want to get a lot of likes and subscriptions, and you want to get a lot of people on your trail, and you want to get a lot of money in your pocket, go start selling your drama. And you'll quickly get a lot. You'll quickly get it really fast. That's why people say, why don't you go debate this person? It's a waste of my time. They don't deserve my energy. Just like I don't deserve their energy. Bernie's asking about Alcatraz. I think I started decoding Alcatraz. I just don't remember. Mr. Man's asking, why did you delete your podcast with Zach? Was it because of debating? No. That one actually got removed. That one got removed about 3 weeks ago by YouTube. YouTube removed it because of the community guidelines, and it's because of something that Zach said. And it was about the you-know-what that happened over the period of the past couple of years. It was because of that. So they removed it. And I tried to, what you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? I can't even think of the word, but anyway, I tried to get it back and they said no. So I just let it go. I'm a generator in human design. I've learned a lot of lessons with the human design. As a generator, manifesting generator, the cardinal rule is to never chase anything because you'll get frustrated. So I've learned over the years to live through the lens of just letting go. And when something happens, it's supposed to happen. That's how I live my life. It's supposed to happen to you. So I just let it go. I'm not fighting it. That's what I've learned. It's taken me some time to learn that. And again, that's why I'm a fan of the Enneagram and the human design and the gene keys and the personality types and astrology, numerology. Because the more I know about myself, the better person I can become. And you would say, well, if it's scripted, then why would you want to do that? Because it's part of my script and I'm supposed to do it. That would be my answer. Not everybody's scripted to do that. Yeah, appeal. That was the word. Thank you, Just Michael. That was the word I was looking for. I tried to appeal it. I appealed it one time. That's my limit. And if it says nope, then I'm done. I'm a huge fan of Oscar Wilde and some of his great poetic verses. And one of them is, hell is holding on and heaven is letting go. So when you look at your personal life, what's causing you hell in it? What's causing you grief? What's causing you to stay in your lower chakras? It's you trying to be right, trying to prove other people wrong, trying to stand in your truth. That's hell. You're holding on to, it's got to be my way. We're not realizing that this whole reality is a Ponzi scheme. And when the game is over, the king and the pawn, they go back in the same box. So it doesn't matter. That's why I'm all about love is allowing. Like Jordan says, you go do you, I go do me. Live and let live. That's my motto. Live and let live. You go do you, I'm going to go do me. I'm not concerned about you, man. I don't even have to pay your bills. You don't pay my bills. Your opinions don't pay my bills. I don't need to prove anything to you. You don't need to prove anything to anybody. Just go do what you want to do. But nope, that's not the way this whole reality set up on, no, I got to prove him wrong. And it's got to be my way. My truth's the only truth that matters. That's true, but you don't have to try to defend it or try to tell people that their truth is wrong when they're just doing their job. Alcatraz would be an amazing decode. Yeah, I had looked at it. I had looked at it and I started to decode it, and I can't remember why I walked away from it, but it wasn't the right time. Christine's asking if I looked at human design from Rise Above from that group. Yeah. They're basing, there's a few human design systems out there. And there's truth in both. I've looked at both my charts, and there's truth in both. That's why you guys and gals know, if you've been following this research, I'm not going to say, well, Vedic is the right way and tropical is wrong. No, I mean, I favor Vedic, yes, because I feel like it's the foundation of who you are. It has the nakshatras. You don't have that in tropical. You can convert it into tropical, but I really feel like, like I'm a Capricorn sun, and Capricorn sun, I'm a Libra rising, and if you can see it in my face and my body structure, Libra and Capricorn totally represents who I am. That's for me though, but again, you got to make the truth your own. Some people favor the tropical. I'm not, why would I even go say, oh, you're wrong to do that? But I will say that the Vedic astrology is the only astrology that is the true map of the stars. I will say that, and that is my truth. Meaning that I'll give you all something that is, if you look at the stars, Pluto is not in Aquarius. It will not be entering Aquarius until 2039. It is still in Capricorn. It is in the 21st in the chart. It's in the, as a matter of fact, and this is why you have all this, big shit coming down the pike, because Pluto is in Capricorn right now and Saturn is in Aquarius. So you're going to get the energy any which way you slice it because of Capricorn's placement in the house of Aquarius. But you see, Pluto is in the 21st in the Shaktra, and if you just match up the tarot card, it's in the world card. So yes, Pluto's job is to remove and disassemble. Capricorn is earth. Change the world. Change the world. What does a Libra and Aquarius body look like? Well, I mean, okay, so your physicality, and it's not going to be exact for everybody, but for the majority of people that I see, your physicality is based on your rising sign and your sun sign. And it will be either a lot of tropical or a lot of Vedic, or a combination of both. There is no cookie cutter way to kind of distinguish your physical traits. So you got to look at your rising sign, and then you got to see what placement that Lord is in, so to speak. So Libra is Venus. Libra is ruled by Venus. Well, my Venus is in Capricorn, along with my Sun, along with my Mercury, along with my Jupiter. Immortal Errant says, would holding to a neutral position, neither being hot nor cold, but lukewarm or static, be about as interesting as watching paint dry? No. The definition of being lukewarm, ladies and gentlemen, is not trying to encroach on other people's turf. Some of you don't want to play anymore. You're kind of in that meh stage. I've been in this stage for the meh stage. Isaiah 45 verses 7 clearly has the God of the Bible saying, I create peace and evil, light and darkness. I control all these things. Well, obviously, then you go to Revelation 3 verses 16, where God says, because you are not hot or cold, because you are not light or dark, because you are not the yin or yang, because you're lukewarm, you're in the center, you're in the heart space, I will spit you out of my mouth. So lukewarm is, that the yin yang is duality, and it's this reality. It's predator prey. When you can look at the predator and prey and realize they're both essential for this reality, it's a cruel world. Go study the insect kingdom. I mean, good luck if you're being born into as an aphid and you're sitting there munching on a rose bush and a ladybug comes along. People have this like, oh, well, this is going on and that's going on. Man, go down into the insect world. Do you think it's really bad here? Pfft. Imagine you get eaten alive by a ladybug, the cute little ladybug, which just munches on aphids. And the aphids are just sitting there trying to have dinner on the rose bush. And the rose bush is pissed off because the rose bush has all these holes in its leaves. So the rose bush thinks the aphid's the devil because the aphids are eating the rose bush. And then the aphids think the ladybug's the devil because they're getting picked off and eaten alive by the ladybug. But no one's paying attention to that. We're paying attention to, oh, well, you're wrong for doing this, and you shouldn't be saying that, and you're a fraud, and you're this, and you're that, and my way's the only way, and you're this, and you're that. It's like, dude, go start studying the insect kingdom. In this reality, it's predator prey, man. The grizzly bear eats the salmon. You think the salmon thinks the grizzly bear is the devil. The seal thinks the polar bear is the devil. You study nature and you start to realize that this is superior over what we think and how we feel and our emotions. It's all a big distraction, ladies and gentlemen. This whole entire reality is a Ponzi scheme. So when you get good at this reality, being lukewarm means that you're on the court side, but you're not on the court. You're not playing anymore. You're just going to observe and you're not going to judge. That's neutrality. I'm not going to judge somebody because they're saying this and I don't agree with it. I don't care. Because I know that person's doing their job. The agent Smiths out there, they're essential in this reality. The people that you think are giving out disinformation, they're giving out their marketing. They're trying to influence you because they're going to get people to believe what they are putting out on the world stage. Who gives a shit? When you get good at this reality, you won't care about what they're doing. You'll put all your energy into what you're doing. And that's what wins the game of life, by putting points on the board. Defense doesn't win the game, folks, in sports. Offense does. So that's, to me, that's neutrality. Is Tron Legacy 2010, Jeff Bridges. You remember that movie? Jeff Bridges? And his son comes down to save him, and he wants to go to the portal. And he's like, I'm not going over there. He's waiting for me to go to the portal. And he's like, man, we only have so much time. And he's like, you'd be surprised. I can't remember exactly what he says, but he's like, you can win the game by doing nothing. It's amazing what you can accomplish by doing nothing. I think that's what he says. And he says in that movie, and I've broken it down, and I did the timestamps of the movie, where he says, if you want to win, you don't play. The way to win the game is not to play. That's what Jeff Bridges says. Of course, when I broke it down and I started to break down Jeff Bridges, his birth card is the same as the day I started my YouTube channel, the December 4th. So I've adopted. Why do I adopt that? Why do I resonate with that? Because these are the layers in my reality that I can see that I'm attached to. They're not for everybody, though. Most people want the dirty laundry. They want their fix. They want to be right. They want to join teams. They want to join organizations. They want the drama in their life. They want to prove people wrong so they can be right, so they can fulfill their cup and they can make their ego spill over. They want all that. When you start to look at this reality and you realize how this game works, this movie works, and maybe this is through the free will that we may have, maybe you look at this reality and be like, it's a waste of my time. Waste of my time. I'd rather take all the energy of trying to prove somebody wrong and put it into something that's constructive in my life. Maybe going out there and helping people. Really doing something constructive in life. Because when you're debating somebody or trying to prove somebody wrong, you're creating a dystopia. You're not creating a utopia. You're creating a dystopia. Because your energy has to lower itself down to the lower chakras to try to prove that person wrong. That's energy, man. That's marketing, and that's Magic 101. So that's the whole thing on the is on the lukewarm. To me, it's very liberating, and it's all about nihilism. And nihilism is you got to get rid of the programming. When you're in the heart space right here, this is home base right here. The center of the dish, baby. Ron J says, all the world's a stage and we are merely players. Yeah, Rush and Limelight. I broke down that song. When he first says, living in the limelight, I paused it, did the timestamp. I can't remember off my memory what it was. I have a decode to come out with on that. But Geddy Lee and company were being used to sing that song. The timestamps are just too perfect. They're too perfect. Immortal Eric asks, what's your thoughts on frequencies, vibrations? Well, again, hell is holding on, heaven is letting go. You holding on to energy that keeps you in the lower chakras, meaning that you got to be right, you're going to sacrifice love in your life, etc. You're angry, you're bitter. That's in the lower chakras. That is a frequency if you want to measure it that way. I want to be here. I want to be in the center, man. That's why I've become a hermit in a lot of ways. Because this world is so chaotic and it loves it. It's a drug. They just love it. Especially in the truther community. It's just when you start to look at people in this reality and you would go and look at that person, you'd be like, oh, they're trying to scam people. They're doing their job. That's it. It's that simple. And there's going to be an origin behind that. Maybe they have major trauma from their childhood. And they're using that activity in their life to rectify, justify, make themselves live through that layer of being. There's always a story behind it of why you went, like, why did you do that? There'll be a story behind it. And you can, 9 out of 10 times, you'll find it in the astrological chart. That's for sure. So all this talk about the neutrality, folks, this is my opinion. When you finally awaken from your slumber, you'll stop arguing with people. But as long as you are sitting in your lower chakras wanting to debate and argue, you're asleep. You don't know how this reality works. Now that's my opinion. And I stand in that. I don't expect everybody to agree with that. I can be authentic and transparent and tell you that is my truth. I don't expect everybody to agree with it. But that's what I stand in. And that works for me. And many others. Do I use sound frequency meditation? Sometimes. I mean, there's people out there like Jason's in the chat. He does like rituals and stuff like that. And he knows I'm not into that stuff. For me, my code is I don't have to go and conjure and ritual and put a bird's beak here and blow some smoke and do all this, this. I don't have to do that. I don't feel like I have to do that. But that's just, I'm just doing me. It's not cookie cutter. And I don't suggest that my lifestyle is the one true path. I stand in it and I'm very confident in my path, but aren't you? Every single one of you are confident and you stand in your path because you live it every single day. So somebody had said everything happens for a reason. Yeah, let me show you that, what the numerology says about that. Here we go. Ready? Everybody have said this. Everything happens for a reason. 113. Well, when you go to the numbers and you look at the number 113, it's a prime number. It's the 30th prime number. You see it there? The 30th prime number. Everything happens for a reason is the 30th prime number. So I go back to numerology. Why does everything happen for a reason? Because you're being role played. That's why. You're under role play. You're not in control of this reality. The word role, you have a role that you're playing out. The role is 17, and you're an actor playing out your role in the matrix because you're having a life, which is a story. And the story in theology, Jesus says, go catch the fish. In the matrix, the matrix. That's because you're in the tomb. You're in the tomb. Santos, all is a tomb. Yeah. You're in the 17th card is the star. You see, you're the actor. You're this. And you're being used by a character. You're an instrument being used by energies outside this reality, however that looks. And the source code or the code continually shows and supports that position that I'm trying to tell all of you here. Over and over and over and over. That people don't have the choices that you think they have. That's what the source code says. The code says that. Opinions are great, but the code is very little because people, like, if you're somebody you live inside of a computer system, a lot of people want to say simulation, you're inside of a computer, okay? And if you just look at how a computer is operating, the computer has what's called an operating system. And the operating system is either, if you're a Mac, you have the iOS, or you have Big Sur, or you have Mojave, or whatever operating system. And then if you have Windows, you'd have Windows this or Windows that, Windows 10 or whatever the hell the Windows is at. Or if you're going to be using a Android, you're going to have the operating system, the Jelly Bean or whatever the hell it is. That is what's operating your little machine that you hold in your hand or you type with your laptop or your computer. You see, what is this? It's a mouse. Why do we call this a mouse? Because it looks like a mouse, obviously. But when you do the numerology of it, the word mouse is a 25, which is the same as the Father, which is the same as the black sun. See, once you get good at this reality and you just use numerology, the spoken word, the oldest known numerology cipher on the planet, you can start to see how we live inside of a computer system and it's a fractal down. So, but if you're somebody who's a coder, like you write like Python or C# or these computer programs, this code that people used to write with letters, numbers, and symbols, backspaces and greater than symbols and less than symbols and colons and semicolons and backslashes. This is all the operating system that you end up using right now through YouTube. Right now on YouTube, allowing me to broadcast my voice through this microphone. Think about what goes into this. I got a microphone with a processor. I have a mixing board that goes into my computer. My computer's hooked up to the internet, and I'm being able to broadcast all over the world literally instantaneously with very little lag. Behind all of that is code that was written to operate this whole entire sequence of events that's happening right now. But we don't pay any. That's the code that runs the final product that you say, oh, Logan's on YouTube tonight. What's your question 75? That's the final product. What you're seeing right now and all the graphics, this is the final product. Behind the graphics are colors, shades, shadowing, sizes, and it's all measured in letters, numbers, and symbols, just like nature. That's why you have the golden ratio, the spiral, Fibonacci sequence. This is the code that operates the final product outside of the computer system. Earth is a computer. And it's CGI. We're now creating CGI through the computer, and now people can't even tell the difference. That's how close we're getting to this perfect world. Have I decoded the eclipse that's happening next month? Aaron J is asking. Yeah, I on my last, what's your question? I think I covered the astrological map. There's a lot of energy in the sign of Pisces on April 8th. And you have these people with, like you have this stuff going around on the Nineveh, and the eclipse is passing over Rapture, Indiana, the only city in the United States named Rapture. So people are getting on that bandwagon now. And maybe something dramatic will happen. I don't know. But all I know is if the shit's going to hit the fan, my ass will be at the beach. I live 2 blocks away. I'll be putting my chair out in the sand. I'll be waiting for the climax to happen. I don't care anymore. That's just me. Because, see, I've allowed myself to let go of death. Because I know death is just a doorway to another dimension. And I'm not afraid. I used to be. Not anymore. I live a life of meh. I'm the meh guy, you know? Like I live by, I got this tattooed on my hand, which became my logo. The reason why I got this is because it reminds me that life's a joke. Don't take it so freaking seriously, even though I do, because I have a lot of Capricorn energy. So of course I'm going to. But I just like to observe. I like to observe reality, and I like to study, and I like to learn. And what I've learned, especially through the movies and the television shows, is that this reality needs drama. So if it wants drama, it will just pump out a show, and you'll be like, oh, this show looks good. And the thing is that you didn't choose the show. The show chose you. We got it backwards. That's what I believe. The next time you end up putting on a show, the show chose you. Let me find this real quick. When I decoded Archaics, when I decoded Jason, I never choose my timestamps. Like I never stop a video at a certain time to get it exactly at that thing, because I just have to have it that way. I let go. Everything is improv. Okay, so let me get this. So after that live, after the live, I was hungry. And so I decided that I would put on a show like I often do and eat my food. So let me just show all of you how my life is continually scripted and it just never stops. This live, you'll notice the timestamp there, 1 hour and 25 minutes and 41 seconds. And the 41, of course, is tied to Moscovium and the underground aliens and Area 51 and the Elohim, because those are all 41 in numerology, which is talking about AIX, which is talking about the black sun. That's really what Jason is alluding to. But the 1 hour and 25 minutes was the total timestamp. And so when I got my food, I decided to put on Amazon Prime, and this movie pops up. And I was like, oh, hypnotic. Okay, let's check this out. So I started watching it, and I kind of got bored with it. But look at the total run. Where is it? It's 94. I'm sorry. Look at the day it was released. May 12th. What is May? 512. See the 512 in the total timestamp of Archaics Decoded Live, the 125? It's a permutation. So, did this movie choose me? I didn't read this. I went on Amazon Prime and I saw the caption and I was like, oh, okay, let's check this out. And I clicked on it, I started watching it, and then I went and read the description. And then when I saw it, I clicked over here and I says, oh, geez. And this is why I started laughing. This is my life. Scripted, always scripted. And I'm a minimalist and I'm a neutralist, man. I'm like, I live and let live. You do you, I do me. And my life continually shows scripted reality. That's just one example, folks. Then on top of that, but wait, there's more. So that the next day I get an Amazon pack. I had an Amazon order. Okay, I get an Amazon order. Here's the box. Okay, I went to take it out to the trash and I saw the number on the box, 160. This is the day after I did the Archaics Live, the 160. Well, how big is this? Well, I'm going to go right here. June 9th is what day of the year is it? The 160th day of the year. Guess whose birthday this is? Jason Brashear's. Born on June 9th. So the day after I get my Amazon package, this was when I'm taking it out to the trash, it's the one. I mean, folks, if you think I'm in control of my reality, you're crazy by looking at these things. I continually show them over and over to people. And it just gets so comical. It's so ridiculous at this point. I tell people at this point, like, I don't even know how much more I need to show because it's just so ridiculous. I already know I'm not in control of my reality. And my truth is none of you are in control of your reality. None of you. You're all being used like a puppet on strings. Do we have any free will? I like to think we have a little bit. That's why I'm saying is that it's worthless to debate and argue and try to prove your point, try to say someone's wrong when you don't agree with their truth. It's a waste of time. But it'll stir the pot and it'll get you a lot of likes and subscriptions because people love the dirty laundry. They freaking love it. I'm not in this for subscriptions. I'm not in this for your likes. I'm not going to ask you to go add me here, do this and do that. I will be grateful and thank people for supporting the Patreon, supporting this channel. Yes, I do ask for your opinions. What did you see? Yes. But I'm not in this. I'm not looking at my subscription. Would I get more? What happens if I get here? I don't care. I'm not here for that. That's the ego. And that just may be the one thing through free will you can break free from is the ego. And the ego is your little devil. And your little devil wants things. It wants things. It wants things. It wants things. It wants to be right. It wants to prove people wrong. It wants to sacrifice love. It needs you to be first in everything you do. You got to be right in everything you do. And I catch myself all the time, man. The ego, whoo, just wants to be right. Gary says, are we a blank slate? Well, I mean, whatever it is that you believe. I mean, if you want to just go ahead and go out there and live your life and forget about all this stuff, by all means, go do that. I've done that, folks. I've broken out of my habits. I've changed things purposely. So I thought. And then I go look at things, or I buy something, the receipt, and it just gently reminds me, dude, you didn't break free of shit. You think you're in control? Dude, let me remind you that you're not. So I let go, and I surrender now. I surrender. Because whatever created this reality is a hell of a lot more powerful than I am. PJ is asking about nanotechnology. I have a decode coming out on it. I have a decode coming out on nanotechnology. Thanks for reminding me because I've had that shelf for a while. I know Bobby, if you're in here, I know you were waiting for that one. So, Bobby, I know you want the nanotechnology. PJ is right above you, and there you were right below him. So I think I got to pull that one out. The nanotechnology, yeah. I just used my free will to eat a piece of cheesecake. I love it. How many times, folks, can we look into this reality, whether it was you or somebody else, where, and I've said this before, you'll drop and break something. or something happens to you and you got to go, I don't know, maybe you got to go get stitches. There's somebody out there that broke a glass while washing it, sliced their finger, and they had to go to the hospital and get stitches. And they went to the hospital and they met their future husband or wife and they end up getting married. Fate, or was it an accident? Oh my God, see, if I never would have cut my finger, if I never would have washed those dishes, if I never had that glass of wine to dirty the glass in the first place, I never would have got the glass dirty, which means I never would have washed it, which means I never would have ended up in the hospital, which means I never would have got married. The chain of events, folks, are using you. You're not creating the chain of events. How many times have we seen these stories? If this wouldn't have happened, that would have happened. Yeah, exactly. I am Cairo says, please speak on manifestation strategies. Well, if you think you have control over your life and you think you can manifest, then go do that. I'm not going to stand in your way. Trust me. But maybe, just maybe, when you go do something, you were supposed to do it. If you do a vision board and something comes true on the vision board, it was supposed to come true for you. If everything on the vision board comes true and you manifested everything on the vision board, then perhaps life was supposed to manifest that way for you. Things are happening for you, not to you. That's my final answer. Things are happening for you, not to you. No such thing as things happen. That happened to me. No, it happened for you. Because life, things happen for you, and then there's a reaction. And that just may be the free will. Is like, how are you going to react? Notice that, like, here's a good example. It's happened to me several times. So in my backpack that I carry here in Mexico, I bring it to the grocery store and I throw my groceries in the backpack. I put it on my back and I ride home on the bicycle. Well, I have my card and cash and all that stuff in one of the pockets that's zipped up. And there's been a few times when I changed backpacks and I went in to go reach to find the wallet and it wasn't there. And like instantly and automatically this chill went down my spine. Like I had this freak out moment. It was instant. I didn't have to think about it. It was programmed for me to freak out because I thought that oh my God, how am I going to pay for my groceries? All these things went through my head so quickly. Why did it happen that way? It was like instant. Because this is how this reality works. You're programmed, you're set up a certain way. And when something doesn't go your way, you have a reaction to that. Most people behave based upon their reactions. They're not very good at stepping back and being an observer of the reality. They just want to react. And they do it through pure programming, which again may just be something that you got to go through before you get it, before you be like, no more, I'm not doing that anymore. Well, it ain't you doing it. It's just you got to learn the lesson. Yeah, see, Young Lady Patriot says, I met my husband while working Marc making electrical switch plates. If you hadn't got that job, if you hadn't filled out that application or however you got to that position, you might as well just say, I never would have got married in 42 years. It's a long time, but if you wouldn't have gotten that job, you would have never met that guy. Did the job choose you or did you choose the job? That's the question. Do I do personal readings? I do. I'm a little booked out, but I do readings, yeah. My average reading's like 2.5 to 3 hours. So there's a lot that goes into it. That's why I don't do them all the time, because it takes a lot of my energy to do them, but I love doing them. And they're always in line with what's going on in my life. Always. Without fail. There's something in you that's in the decode that I did the last one, or what I'm researching. It's never fails. So connected. It's pretty amazing. Life is a series of hellos and goodbyes. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, in a way. So coincidence theorist says it's been frustrating over the years with others who feel nothing. Well, that's on you to not get frustrated anymore. Again, when you're a fan of life, you're a fan of the whole entire reality. That includes the good, the bad, and the ugly. Because you know that this reality is based on push-pull, yin-yang, good, bad, up, down, left, right. And that means that it's based upon people who are not going to get it. They're not going to wake up like you have. They're not going to be at your position, nor will they probably ever get to that position. But you see, once you know you're living in a predestined, scripted reality, all you need to know is what you're doing. And when you know what you're doing, what they're doing becomes irrelevant. That's why my truth is that you're not here to wake anybody up. That's not your job. You may think it is. People are so used to saying that, but I don't think that we're not here to wake anybody up. You're here to wake yourself up. And in my opinion, there are a lot of people out there that think they're awake, but then I see how they're behaving and they're reacting and they're speaking and what they're posting on their social media. And I'm like, dude, in my book, you're completely asleep. You have no idea how this reality works. Now, that doesn't mean, again, I want to be very transparent and authentic. That doesn't mean I'm Mr. Know-it-all. I'm not saying I'm better than other people. No. But the way I see reality and the way somebody else sees reality in most times is way different. I have what I call foundations. My foundation is that this reality is a complete Ponzi scheme, meaning that whatever created this reality owns it all. The good, the bad, and the ugly. It owns all the history, all the stories, all the people, all the adventures, all the choices, all the varieties. It owns them all. So it doesn't matter which one you choose, which one they choose. It doesn't matter if you think it's deceptive or they think it's not deceptive. It doesn't matter if they're doing something that you don't believe in and you're doing something they don't believe in. It's all irrelevant. It's a big joke. That's why I got this it's a joke. The Joker. It's all just a big joke. But of course, again, the ego is so strong that it gets programmed, and your screenplay is you're battling, thinking that your way is superior over everybody else's. And we all do it. But when you become neutral to this reality, you can take a step back. And that's why you go on my social media, you're not going to see me posting anything about, NASA's lying about this and they're lying about that, or this conspiracy is going on. Because I know those organizations are all being used. Every single one of them, they're not in control of anything. So when you know that as your foundation, if you're willing to at least look at that, life takes on a whole different meaning. It takes on a whole different meaning. Because then you don't have to try to prove anybody wrong. You can look at somebody that's like, dude, glad I didn't get your code. Cairo says those are melted bricks in your background. When was the last reset? The background that you're seeing was a background got created by AI. I didn't ask it to draw those bricks like that. The dilapidated concrete in the bricks, I didn't ask it specifically to draw it that way. That's what it spit out. I had other keywords that I put. It's all in the keywords. I had other keywords that I put in there. And again, this is not all AI. I had to create the graffiti, and I had to take a few things out because there was stuff in there that I didn't like. But the meaning behind the bricks, that would, again, maybe it's a message for you. Some people, I used to use a brick background, and I got blamed for being a Mason and an agent. Oh, Logan's a shill. He's an agent. He's working for the Masons. He's this, he's that. I'm like, dude, my parents, who are 77 and 78, they live in a brick house. I kid you not. Are they Masonic because they live in a brick house? Does that make them Mason? They don't even know what Freemasonry is. But yet some people are so just quick to criticize and to regurgitate this nonsense. It's a male, it's a female. Oh, it's got genital parts in it. Who gives a shit? Are you really that bored in your life? You can't go out and create something? You got to go put other people down? Just, again, this is neutrality, you know? When you get good at this reality, you're not going to promote the negative things on the world stage, because the negative things in this world are just as equally important as the positive things. Jason has the Taoist proverb, there is no right nor a wrong way, there is just a way. I 1000% agree. And I would even say there is just your way. That's it. There's just your way. Let me just show all of you something with astrology. Let me just pull this up. Those of you that are astrology fans, hang on one second. Okay. So let me just show all of you really quickly. This is my sidereal astrological chart. Okay. And you can see, here in my fourth house, I have quite a bit of energy here. Jupiter, Venus, the Sun, and Mercury, all stacked in the fourth house. And the fourth house is ruled by Cancer, and Cancer is ruled by the moon, and my moon's in Aquarius. So Aquarius and Capricorn are very similar, because they're both during the wintertime in the Tropic of Cancer. So it's very introvert. It's a contraction-based energy, the way I think, the way I feel. I'm really somebody, like Mercury's the way you think, the moon is the way you feel. I'm really somebody can be that layer of neutrality, can be non-emotional, can be very aloof. I've been blamed so many times by so many of people that I'm so aloof. Like Logan, Earth to Logan, yeah, because I'm off in my head and my moon, and I get emotionally involved. But anyway, the big takeaway that I wanted to point out to all of you is my axis of my south node and my north node. Because this right here, this is my K2, and this is my Rahu. This is exactly the same position that Bashir's has. Jason has his Rahu and K2 in Gemini and Sagittarius, as did Rudolf Steiner. I'm trying to think of who the other person was that came to my mind that has the same exact position. But yeah, Rudolf Steiner, you know who Rudolf Steiner is, right? But you see, the reason why people that have Rahu in Sagittarius, Sagittarius is Diabolos, the archer. This is why Jason has Archaics, A-R-C-H, the archer. And you see this position right here, these nakshatras are going to favor debating, trying to be right and prove everybody wrong, because this represents the hermit. You see, this is Sagittarius, which is the 9th zodiac sign. And when I go to the 9th card in the tarot, it's going to be the hermit. So Jason and I share this commonality where we're spreading our light in a bucket to the world. But you see, this hermit can be a miserable bastard. It can be somebody who needs to be right and prove everybody else wrong. And I've been in this position. I know what this feels like. I've pissed a lot of people off. I've said some things that, I don't regret any of my life, but I've said some things, turned people off. I've been that guy trying to be right, prove people wrong, because it's this that's controlling the energy, and it wants food. This whole thing is the great beast. These zodiacs, this whole thing is a beast. It's the great beast above. And it's harvesting your energy. So why would you want to study it? Because you want to know your trigger points. Well, this is a trigger point. Not just myself, but Bashir's. Because this energy wants to be right at all costs. Because it's the hermit. It's like, man, I've read this, I've been studying this, I know more than you, that this says this and this says that. And it wants to be right so bad. And I've had to live through this. I've had to let go of that. Of course, the reason why I can talk so long is because of the Gemini, K2 and Gemini. I'm naturally, one of my gifts, as is Jason, is we can talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. Because Gemini represents Mercury. And my Mercury's in Capricorn. So the way I speak is going to be very harsh, going to be very raw, very uncensored. I'm not going to pull any punches. I'm going to give it to you like it is. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it. I'm going to piss you off because of the way I speak and the way I think. Right here. And my Gemini's in my 9th house and my Sagittarius is in my 3rd house. So I'm very creative with this, which is why all my videos and all that stuff is all based upon, it's all me, man. I'm a one-man show. Just me, myself, and I. And I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, this position right here for me as a tour guide is a big one, because Saturn just may be the black sun under the earth, which is artificial intelligence X, as Jason said. It's tied to the Elohim and Moscovium and the underground aliens, maybe this ancient technology that may be running the entire gamma. And it's in the sign of Taurus. You see, you have Taurus and you have Scorpio. Now, these two signs right here are the entrance and exit points to this reality. Because if you take the tarot cards and you lay them all the way around the wheel, the 21 major arcana, Scorpio will get the world card. And then the word, when you take the word enter, it's going to give you 21. 21 is enter. So you enter into the world, which is Scorpio. This is where the world card sits, and you become a star. And the exit is, of course, right across the way here in Taurus, because Taurus is the devil. See, a lot of people, they have just regurgitated, that's totally fine. I'm not saying that they're wrong, but I don't think that the devil card is Capricorn. The devil can be Capricorn, but the devil is Taurus, the bull. That's why the bull has 2 horns, just like the devil does. So you have the devil's horns and then the devil's tail with Scorpio. You don't have it in this axis. Cancer is the crab. You don't have it in this axis. So this is the axis of the entrance and the exit. And I have my chronos here through the 4th nakshatra, and there are 4 blood types. This is the cube. And to me, this is what this message is. And it means for me now, it doesn't have to mean the same thing for you. But if you want to exit the game, man, you got to master the ways of Venus. Because you see, Taurus is ruled by Venus. And Venus wants luxury. Venus wants comfortability. Venus wants the beautiful things in life. Venus wants the trophy husband and wife. It wants beauty. It wants sex. It wants orgasms. Anything that will give you the people pleasure principle, that is Taurus and Venus. And I'm telling you all of this because I've been saying it over and over and over and over, that the way to win this game is to release yourself from the emotional ways of life. And to me, I feel that love is the trap. And I got a lot of people that have just unsubscribed because of that. Well, how could you say that? Because you're addicted to it. You're addicted to getting off. Getting rubbed and tugged and getting your orgasms or getting your little kisses and smooches. You're addicted to it. You're addicted to the way you feel. You're addicted to drama, and you got to be right and prove everybody else wrong, and you got to live in your lower chakras. That's all Venus energy down there. Venus is procreation, and it's the sacral, which is your lower chakras. That is the trap. And it's unavoidable, right? Because people, like those of you that are married, you have a boyfriend, girlfriend, or you're in a relationship, you're going to defend that. I promise you'll defend, and you'll say, Logan is full of shit. He's crazy. There's nothing wrong with love. Love is the highest. No, love is not the highest. Gratitude is the highest. That's my position. But why I think love is the trap, that Elvis says, I can't get out. I'm caught in a trap. I can't get out because I love you too much, baby. He was singing to a woman, but he was singing to life. Life is about love. It's about loving things. I love my company. I love my family. I love my kids. I love my business. I love my car. I love my Ferrari. I love my house. I love my lawn. This reality, what does it use you for? Creating shit, feeling things. And it's all designed to keep you in this reality because this reality needs bodies so it can feel and experience life through. So if you're somebody who believes in the soul trap, I'm not saying it's true. It's possible that that is the case. But if you're somebody who believes in that, if you start to look at this reality, and again, I'm the guy to tell you because I have my Venus in Capricorn, so I can be very cold, I can be very aloof, I can be very standoffish, I can be non-emotional. And maybe because I'm supposed to be that way, so I can show you that this is the way, maybe, just maybe, to exit this game, to break free of this game. But you see, to me, you're not going to break free if you're trying to prove people wrong and live in your lower chakras. You're not going to break free if you're all about trying to get your rocks off. And it's a tall order because life is so enticing. It's so beautiful. It's so amazing. It feels so good. It looks so good. But there is this layer of love being the trap, and your emotions is what are trapping you. That's why, if you go to court, when you go to court, the judge, male or female, sits above you, and they wear a black robe. Why do they wear a black robe? Because it represents Kronos. It represents the black sun. You don't see them wearing white robes. They're wearing black robes because black represents the black sun. And the black sun represents Kronos, and Kronos is Father Time. And over time, it figures things out. It gets all the problems handled. So the judge in the courtroom is not supposed to get emotionally involved with the plaintiff or defendant. They're not supposed to listen to the crying mother and get emotionally involved with them, but they do because they're human beings. But a good judge will not get emotionally involved. They will become non-biased. They will become distant from their emotions, and they will use logic and discernment to give the judgment. And if you want to see what that looks like through the tarot, it's going to be a sword. And some of you already know what it is. It's the King of Swords. In the cards of illumination, the typical playing deck of cards, the King of Spades is one of 3 cards that doesn't move. I don't know where it even went. The King of Spades sits in the Saturn line exclusively, and it doesn't move in the card system. And you see, that King of Spades is tied to the black sun. Because, in my opinion, at this current stage of my understanding, swords represent the black sun and under the ground. They represent under the ground. I can't even find my King of Swords. I don't know why I can't find it. There it is, right there. This guy right here represents the judge in a courtroom. Because the King of Swords is the king of the black sun. It represents non-emotions. It doesn't have emotions. It judges from logic with discernment. And if you want to get the judgment right, you have to distance your emotions. Because you can easily be swayed by somebody crying or somebody like, it's not fair, I'm going to get screwed over. But when you get a judge that is non-attached to the emotions, that judge will normally give you, if their ethics and morals are right, they will give you a judgment that is the right one. That represents the black sun, which is why judges wear, one of the reasons why the judges wear black. And they sit above the courtroom. So they're not on the floor like the plaintiff and defendant and the attorneys. They're not on the court playing. They're above the court being the observer. And you see, that's where I want to be. I don't want to be on the courtroom, on the court. I don't want to be playing on the court. That's why it's called court. I'm not interested in going to court. I don't want to play. The judge is not playing the game. The judge is the referee. That's why they sit above the court and they're not on the court. They're in the stands observing the court, watching the players. And it's so ridiculous, folks. When you go, I watch a lot of crime and drama, a lot, because I've learned so much from watching these shows. And when you watch these court shows, it's so ridiculous how you have attorney-client privileges. I can't tell you. And these defense attorneys, they know because their client is going to tell them, yeah, I killed the person. And they still will go and they will still defend that person. And some of these people get off. How's that even fair? So you're dealing with something that is just not going to be exclusively for you. This entire reality, especially with maritime law and court and all that nonsense, it's all a joke. All of it. The whole court system and the Black's Law Dictionary, it's all a joke to me. It's so nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense at all when you have, you can do this and you watch all this crime and drama. Oh, they can plant evidence here, or they did this, or they did that. Or anybody can do this and they can do that and you're not going to know about it. Oh, you can't. Oh, but we got to get a warrant. Oh, we got to wait for the warrant. Okay, you got to go by the laws. I know, but they're guilty. Like I watched a lot of Chicago PD. Love that show, right? And the main actor, he broke the law, broke the rules of the police department because he wanted to catch the bad guys. So they would bust the doors in without the warrant. And then the police department ended up cracking down where they couldn't do that anymore. Got to follow the rules. So when you follow the rules of the police department, you're going to catch less bad people because you have to go through all the red tape. It's a freaking game, man. And it's a dumb game. I understand that you need to have law and order in place to keep people in somewhat of, stop signs and red lights and all that stuff. But man, attorneys and all this ridiculousness and the judges and all the buyouts and the payoffs and all the rules and red tape you got to get through, and you can't do this and you can't do that, and you're protected by this and it's just so stupid. Anyway, I don't even know how I've got off on that, but Jeremiah, what's up, brother? So this is the other ridiculousness. Jeremiah is talking about David Wynn Miller. Too much freaking work, man. That's even more work than what the court system's showing. Oh, I got a headache just thinking about it. Oh, you got to use the colon and you got to put what? I don't want to do any of that crap. Just leave me the hell alone. If I want to write my name a certain way, I'm going to write my name a certain way. Just leave me alone. Leave me out of this, man. Where do I check the box off for you to leave me alone? That's a nightmare trying to learn this grammar syntax stuff, man. I don't want to use it. It's just as bad as the other one, the other system. They're all the same. And again, the whole David Wynn Miller, all that stuff, it's opposition. Because he's playing the game. I don't want to play. I want to be on this. I'm done playing. I'm not gonna. That's playing the game, man. I'm not interested in that. Too much work. Too much work. Anybody who's a key master mason or a federal postal court judge or anybody, they're playing the game, man. Not interested. That's not for me. Not this incarnation anyway. You're on the floor, man. You're playing. You're in the middle of it. police chiefs and fire chiefs and FBI people and CIA. You're in the game, playing the game heavy. You don't have a choice. You're playing the game in a big way. And you see, you wouldn't have a job. The CIA wouldn't have a job if there was no such thing as secrets. Or no such thing as spying because they're afraid someone's going to attack the country. There'd be no reason for it. But because the game survives off of chaos and order, it's a big game. Oh, let's insert a few people here to go do this, do some bad stuff over here. Let's put a little bit of ideas in their head to go do this, and they're going to go do that, and that's going to give a job to these people over here. That's how this reality works. It's just a big joke. To me, it is. So ridiculous, man. It's so funny, folks. This whole reality is just a big joke. Let me change the music up. I'm kind of got the... Let me put on some Across the Moment. So this music I'm playing here is called Across the Moment by Symbiosis. I think we're going to end this soon. I think it's going to be one of my shorter ones. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen, for me, it's simplicity is what I'm after in my life. I've learned that complexity is what causes the most grief. The more you have, the more hell you're hanging on to, the more businesses you have, the more debates you want to do. It's just they keep you stuck in the lower chakras. They keep you angry. They keep you miserable. They keep you bitter. They keep you craving the drama. For me, simplicity is where it's at. For me, going to the beach, plopping my chair in the sand and watching the seagulls land on the boats, watching them kind of ruffle their feathers and watching the storks dive into the water and catch the fish, man. That's what I'm after. That to me is the most simplistic way to live your life. It's so freeing. It's so peaceful. But thinking like, oh my God, I gotta go fight this, and it's like the court system, and then you got kids, and then you get a divorce, and then you gotta fight for your children. It's like, oh my God, it's a game, man. It's sucking you freaking dry. I get it. Some of you have kids and you gotta do all this kind of stuff, but man, it's just too much, man. I like the simplistic, minimalistic life. It gives me the most freedom, the biggest peace of mind, and the most bliss. Everything else just is a big headache. I mean, when you get to, like, you know, I just turned 51 in February 4th, and it's different now when you're in your 50s. For me, it has been anyway. It definitely hasn't been a midlife crisis, but there definitely is some things physically about me that I have to tend to. My body's not like the spring chicken anymore. You know, right now I'm using, and I had to go back to, I don't know if any of you, these things are a godsend, but this is a TENS unit, where you put the pads, and for me, I have, you know, little neck stuff going on. These things are amazing, and I'm super grateful for like the simplicity of it, but it calls for breaking free of complexity in life, to do the things in your life that calls your life to do, you know, like, but if I had a busy ass life and I had to wake up with an alarm clock and I had a boss and all stuff, it's like, oh my God, I'm so glad I didn't get that code, man. I mean, I had that life for a long time, but that's why learning your code like has set me free, because I've realized, okay, well, I'm supposed to do this. I had no idea I was going to do Decode Your Reality. Had no plans to do it. Never even saw it coming in a million years, ever. And here I am. And you know, we have a pretty big family of a lot of great like-minded people. in the chat, friends I've made. We don't, and the thing is again, the close friends that I have, we don't agree upon everything. But I can still, especially Jordan. Like, Jordan's my big standout because him and I don't agree upon everything, but we still squash our differences and we come together and we just create magic. And that to me is a brotherhood that represents a utopia where we're not, him and I share the same. Love is allowing, just live and let live. You go do, I'm not interested in debating. If you're looking to debate, I'm not trying to prove you wrong. Don't care. You don't deserve my energy. So him and I share that commonality, and I really respect him, and he's a great person, and he's a genuine person, and he really cares about people. And he's not trying to be right. He's trying to be right in his life, but he's not trying to say, oh, you have to do it a cookie cutter way, or, there's no force with him. That's what I love about him. So, Not of the World says, I don't wake up to an alarm. I don't have a boss. I'm pretty darn free to do as I please. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? There's not a day that doesn't go by that I'm thinking about gratitude because of this code that I got. Because I have not always been living out this life. I mean, for the majority of my life, it was chasing, this job and that job, trying to figure it out, trying to figure out what I was good at. And it was just like rifling through all these things, chasing, trying to fill this form out and do that. It's like, oh my God, I just want to be left alone, man. I want to do what I love to do, and I don't want to be hassled. I don't want to be bothered. I don't want to deal with your rules and regulations. And that's it, So for me, I get grateful when I wake up every day and I put my feet on the floor and I can't wait to start my day. And I start off by making my bed and giving thanks to my mattress and my air conditioner and my pillow and my blanket, the place that I live in. I'm grateful for all that around me, and I will never stop doing that. I never used to do that, but I started doing it many, many years ago, and now I feel like that the world wants your acknowledgement. If you think about it, whatever created this reality owns everything. So when you acknowledge it, you're giving appreciation for your life. And I don't know if there's a reward because of that, but I don't do it for a reward. I do it because I feel like that it makes me a better person. It makes me a more refined person when I'm grateful for everything in my life, including like this TENS unit, like last time, when you put your sunglasses on, you go outside. This is the thing that most people are not doing. When it's super sunny outside and you put your glasses on, you walk outside. Have you ever thought about thanking your sunglasses when you take them off and when you come inside? Probably not. Oh, why would I want to be grateful why would I want to say thank you to my sunglasses? Because it just gave you a very comfortable experience outside because it blocks the sun. But most people are so busy in their lives, they got to the drama. They're not even paying attention to that. Well, the simplicity of life to me is what wins the game of life, folks. And simplicity means you sever ties with complexity. So wherever your life is complex, that's where you'll find your hell. That is where you will find your grief. And if you're willing to let go of all that, you'll find bliss in your life. You will. But gratitude is where it's at. Thanking your sneakers for going on that 5 miles. Next time, those of you that are runners, when's the last time you said thank you to your sneakers when you took them off? Thing just ran 5 miles, you beat the hell up out of the sneakers. Oh, I know, because your sneakers can't talk back to you. So they don't deserve any attention? I mean, everything is part of you. So acknowledging everything around you, to me, just warms your heart and it makes you appreciate life so much better. That's just the way I roll anyway. Gareth says, I just finished watching They Live before getting on this line. I decoded it. I got to do another version of it. Let me show all of you something. Let me just get it open. I want to show you the numbers. Hold on a sec. Let me show you the fun numbers on They Live. Okay, you ready for this? So we know that They Live was all about obey, consume, don't ask questions, stand in line, yada, yada, yada. All right? So let me go to this and show all of you. So here's, and a lot of people say this was a documentary. I mean, I think there's a lot of truth to that, but it was cable station 50, it was news station 54 that was broadcasting a hypnotic trance, and you couldn't see, like, the people on the news were like, you know, they were these people, but you couldn't see them. And that's because they were broadcasting a hypnotic trance. They were broadcasting satellite dishes from the rooftop of this news station 54. So you can't see, you can't tell. Well, so I started to investigate this 54. I wanted to know, like, what's broadcasting that? Well, you know, when I went to go study this organization, you know, this organization, right here, this place, it was really fascinating because 41 is tied to this numerology, which is tied to the Elohim and the underground aliens, this Moscovium. And the Moscovium, according to Bob Lazar, Moscovium was the 115th element. It was all about aliens in Area 51. So it was really fascinating when I found this Moscovium is 41, and then this organization, the latitude north is 41 degrees. But the clue was when you add these up. So all I got to do is go 41.9 and 12.45. So I go 41.90, and then what was it? It was 12.45 to get it even on both sides of the decimal, plus 12.54. Or was it 45 or 54? 45. Let me go back. Hold on. 41.90 plus, 41.90 plus 12.45. 12.45. And the total was 54. So, could it be that the clue was that they just may be part of broadcasting the hypnotic trance? Well, you got to know what the 54 is, but when you go to the periodic table, you'll get the clue. So the 54 is the element xenon, and xenon says that the name is from the Greek word xenos, which means stranger. Yeah, it's the stranger in your head. See, because xenon, the average isotope is 131. So I'm going to go back to numerology and get it. Remember that there's someone in my head, but it's not me. 131. Brain damage, Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. 131. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. And then you go to this element, which has 131, and it says it's the stranger. And it's element 54, and They Live is the new station 54. And this location, latitude, longitude, ends up equaling the number 54. So there's something to this with this xenon. Well, as fate would have it, when you do the numerology of xenon, you're going to get the number 27, which just so happens to be the same numerology as the word religion, which is the same numerology as sports. Is there a difference between sports and religion? Nope. Because they're both harvesting your currency, and they're both vampires. And what are they vampiring in your brain? Your thalamus, which is the all-seeing eye in your brain, the thalamus. See how all that stuff works? Just from numerology and the periodic table. So what's broadcasting the hypnotic trance? All the things that are trying to market to you. That's why, for me, people say, what are you doing, Logan? I'm a freaking nihilist. Nihilist comes from the word annihilate. Getting rid of all the programming, because all the things in this reality are owned by the same boss. So if you go to church, where do you think the church got created? Inside the matrix. Where do you think Jesus got created? Inside the matrix. Where do you think Lucifer got created? Inside the matrix. Where do you think Yaldabaoth created? Inside the matrix. Allah, Ahura Mazda, all the deities, they're all created from inside this reality. Nope, I'm not interested in that. Essentially, the research is starting to show they're all coming from the black sun. And the black sun is Prometheus. And the black sun, ladies and gentlemen, is this. I did a decode on it. This was, when I broke this down, I just released this last night. Like 3 a.m, I released it. Groundbreaking discoveries. And is this the black sun? Well, it's Prometheus. Lucifer's in here. Are they one and the same? And this is where you're going to get Jesus and all that stuff from. Saturn, is this just Chronos? Well, if you go watch this, you're going to see some things I guarantee you've never seen before. I promise, I will guarantee my life you've never seen them before. And it will start to make a hell of a lot of sense what this shape means. But that's just for some of you. But you got to go on the Patreon. I release it on the Patreon. And, you know, it's pretty amazing. And I'm not taking any credit for it because the voice in my head gave me this information. And I can't tell you where that's coming from. I don't know. I just know that I'm not in control of my thoughts because I try to stop thinking and I can't. Nihilism, baby. That's where it's at. Nihilism. Not interested in anything in this, the constructs in this reality. I observe them, and I have things that I look upon. Of course, I want to study and observe the code, know how I'm coded and all that stuff. But when it comes to all the stories, history, it's all owned by the same boss. The things that you think are deceptive, owned by the same boss. How could it not be? I mean, if you want to separate it and say, well, no, it's the bad side created, that's the demons versus the angels, it's the asuras versus the divas. Well, okay, fine, you can break it down that way. That's totally fine. But they all pledge to the same boss. They all work, it's a Ponzi scheme, the whole thing. It's a Ponzi scheme. Not of this world says, could it be our higher selves? The voice. It could be. Could be. Maybe there's a star in the sky in the canopy that is using you. You came from that star. And you decided to come down here and play the game of life, if that's the way it works. I say if, because I can't guarantee you 1 + 1 = 2, that's the truth. There's this theory now that the black sun under the earth is what creates the white sun and the moon and maybe just all the stars and everything in the canopy. Maybe. Don't know. I don't know. But this is why I'm becoming more of a nihilist and just getting rid of, and it's like it doesn't matter anymore. What I'm interested in is feeding the stray cats and dogs. Go watch the Go and watch the crocodiles. I can go right walk down the street and there's a crocodile in the swamp over there and go check that crocodile out. Just sit there and watch it. I can go watch the seagulls. If I want to go have fun, I can go watch the sandpipers run through the sand. That's what gets me off in this stuff these days, folks. It's not the luxury cars. It's not the big houses. Yeah, I like all that nice stuff, but it's the simplicity of life. Nature, study nature. Marijuana Jesus says, what are dreams? I mean, I don't know. A different altered state of consciousness would probably be my best description of it. Jeff, I'm not going to repeat. Jeff Garrison said something about something. I'm not going to repeat that, but that's pretty funny. Utility Maximus says, where do you go when you die? I don't know, but let's ask the code, right? I've done this. What happens when we die? What happens after we die? Is that it? 92, that's uranium. Where do we go after we die is going to give you 96, which is Chronos. So maybe just back to the black sun, the machine that's under the earth. Maybe that's what's running this entire reality, folks. You know, some of the research shows that underground is running the above ground. I can't prove that, but we can't rule it out. I'm looking through your comments. There is no death, says Constance. Yeah, I totally agree. Physical there is. There's definitely a physical death for sure. Gareth's asking, Logan, do you think we're scripted to wake up or are we just lucky by chance? I don't believe in luck. I believe in predestination and I believe in a scripted reality. And you're just doing your job, your responsibilities. Things are happening for you, not to you. There's no chance. There's no luck. When people say, oh, you got lucky. No such thing as luck. Just living out my code. You're living out your code. So what I do and what I suggest to people is that if you're somebody who has woken up and you see somebody else that you feel hasn't, instantly and automatically try to get in the habit of being grateful. Realizing that, man, I could still be in that person's position. And I'm so glad I'm not. And you can flip and make lemonade out of it instead of saying, oh yeah, you're what most people do. Oh, the sheeple. If you hear those, the sheep. I unfollow, unfriend. I'm just, that consciousness is like so lower chakra. Like when I see somebody out there like hammering these organizations and trying to prove them wrong, and you got to be right, and my way's superior, and your way, and they haven't figured it out. They're conscious. You're in your lower chakras, man. You're in the same chakra position as those organizations. I just unfollow and unfriend. I'm just not. I wouldn't hang out. I don't want to. I want to hang out with people in their heart space, and doing them. What makes you get out of bed every day? What gets you off? Where are your ethics and morals at? When you, again, the foundation is knowing you live in a predestined, scripted reality. I mean, go look at theology, the classical example of the Christ and Judas. I mean, you think Judas Iscariot had a choice? Those of you that think the Bible is literal, well, predestination is right in the book of John when it talks about Judas Iscariot not having a choice in the matter. I mean, you want to talk about a classical predestination, it's right there in your book. Judas Iscariot was destined to deceive in the story. Didn't have a choice in the matter. So if the guy was real, well, he was just doing his job. And then I look at that, and for me, I get grateful because I'm like, glad I didn't get that code. Glad I didn't have to deceive somebody. Good question. Peaky Blinder says, if everything is scripted, I get this question a lot. So if you like this question, this is the response I'm going to give you. It says, if everything is scripted, what does learning one's code give us an advantage, or if we can implement anything unscripted? Well, if you're supposed to learn something, it was part of your script. If you're going through a tough time in life, you're supposed to go through it. How many times something happens to you in your life and you're like, man, if that wouldn't have happened, that wouldn't have happened. Folks, I'm telling you, you're being used as an experiment. Mankind is an experiment. I know that is something that some of you will not tolerate. You're not going to accept it. You're going to think I've lost my bunk. Crazy. You're crazy. But that to me is the only thing that makes sense for this reality and why all these things are allowed to happen. And to make you feel at peace, many of you have been programmed that something's going to come save you. But you see, the second coming of Christ, the simplicity of it is that you're seeing it. These movies, like I've covered this, The Sound of Freedom. Well, why wasn't that movie out 20 years ago? Because what that movie was all about, that shit was happening 20 years ago. You don't think people knew about it back then? 30, 40, 50, 100 years ago, that shit's been going on for hundreds of years, thousands of years probably. Why did it have to wait until 2022, 2023 to come out? Because it was time for it to come out. Because it's part of the new age coming in. It's like buying a new pair. The simplicity of it is like, okay, my jeans are ripped and torn. They're worn out. I'm going to buy a new pair of jeans. The simplicity of it. So what do you do with the old pair of jeans? You either hand them into charity, give them to somebody, or throw them in the trash. And you now have a new pair of jeans that you can sport around. And the new pair of jeans, they need to be broken in. They may not fit so good. How many times you buy a pair of jeans and they don't fit so good, but they become your favorite? Because after a few washings, they become softer, they fit better, and you just lean towards those jeans. But when you first got them, they were a little crisp and tight and hard. It needed some time to acclimate, and now you have this favorite pair of jeans. I think these ages work the same way. There's some rough patches moving into these new ages. There's some washes that have to happen. There's some trying on of some things that have to happen. There's some hurdles that need to get through for you to claim, these are my favorite pair of jeans now, but they weren't in the very beginning. And these ages, I feel, work the same way. This reality is a game, it's a movie, and the movie changes. Like there's no ongoing movie. You'll have ongoing series, and then they finally have an end to them. Why do movies have ends to them? Because so does the ages that we live through. So you will not see me cheering when people are brought to justice. Why? It's not that I don't appreciate that, because I know the game's already rigged. I know it's already fixed. So why would I cheer for something that I know is already fixed? It's like, I used to watch wrestling when I was a kid. I was a huge fan of Hulk Hogan. I went and saw it live. I thought it was so real. I remember defending it. And I remember getting so angry when I got to the age where my parents were like, hey, it's not real. And I remember getting angry about it because I wanted to defend that it was real, because I thought it was real. Well, the first stage in life is realizing wrestling is fake. The second stage is realizing that sports are all rigged. And the third and final stage is you're going to see that life and the whole entirety of life is scripted and rigged. And that's the third layer that I think many people just will not accept. Because that means that you're not in control of your life, and that means that everything happening on this planet is all happening by a plan. It's a plan, it's a script, a simulation, an experiment. And people have been programmed for so long that, God's got a plan. Yeah, of course, if you want to correlate it to that, but it's already scripted out. That's why the Bible is called the scriptures. It's a script. And it's only one script playing out. You have a lot of other scripts playing out. So, Peaky Blinder asked the question, if everything is scripted, what would be the advantage of learning one's code? Well, first and foremost, if you're somebody who's interested in studying the way you are operating in this reality through astrology, numerology, your birthday, latitude, longitude, the address of the hospital you were born in, I mean, there's so many different layers. I've broken down my birth certificate. I've shown people, I've been very vulnerable with my own personal code to show you that I'm living through a script. And I'm not the only one, man. How can I just be the only dude that's living through predestination and my script's completely fixed and it continues to be scripted? No, there's been countless people through the decoding world that have shown the same exact things. So we may be a small group, but it's becoming bigger and bigger and bigger because people, the unveiling is the unveiling that this entire reality is scripted. Somebody had mentioned Westworld. I decoded Westworld. Well, who created Westworld? The show HBO. Well, it was Michael Crichton, 1973. 73, you're on television equals 73. It came out in 1973. But then HBO is what made it really popular. And who was the main guy that created Westworld? Does anybody know who the main guy was that created Westworld? He was born on December 31st. Sir Anthony Hopkins. He was born on the only day on the calendar in the card system that's the Joker card. Anthony Hopkins is the Joker card. And they placed that guy, or he got placed in the show as the guy who was the creator of Westworld. And he creates the first android. Her name was Dolores. And that lady, can't remember her birth name, but she was born on September 7th. And that's the 97, and 97 is the 25th prime number, and the word black sun equals 25. So when you start to look at this reality and you unravel it and you see the source code and you see all the connections of all these people, just like I know them by heart, I know them by memory because I studied them, but I've broken them so many layers down. Carrie Ann Moss and Keanu Charles Reeves, why they were born to be in the Matrix. I showed their birth cities, him being born in Beirut, her being born in Canada. I showed the distance between their birth cities. It was all coded and scripted. So ridiculous. It's so ridiculous, it's comical. This reality is not what you think it is, folks. And the unveiling to me will tell you, you're in a Westworld. And it's a joke. Sir Anthony Hopkins got the Joker card. It's a joke. It's a joke, man. God, if you want to say God created this reality, well, my answer would be God's a stand-up comedian. Shit, hang on, folks. I got to check something because it's late. Let me see if... Just give me 1 second. Hold on, folks. I'm going to get a pizza tonight, and I just text my buddy who's the manager over at the store to see if they're still open, because it's 10 p.m. here, Central Standard Time here in Mexico, and I think it closes at like 11, so I can still continue to go, but let's see. All right. Joyce, are you serious? Says, my script sucks. Flip it. And you know what people say? Well, if it's scripted, then how can I flip it? Maybe you making the decision to flip it and focus on other things is what you're supposed to do. But the lesson you need to learn is that it sucks until you flip it. See, I don't, listen, Joyce, I take nothing away. Like, I'm not trying to belittle you or anything, but like, I couldn't hang out with you. If you're like, oh, my life sucks, my script sucks, like, man, I can show you a million things of what to be grateful for in your life if you're willing to look. That's all I like to do. I like to pump people up, man. I like to take people and do the Phoenix event with them. I like to pump people up and show them, man, your life's freaking, you're a superstar. I love doing that. But if somebody's going to be pity potty or my life, this and that, man, there's so many things to be grateful for. You're just looking in the wrong area of your life. Anybody can say my life sucks, but when you're going to say your life's amazing and you're grateful for this and grateful for that, maybe you need to start living a life of gratitude. Maybe that's the message you needed to hear tonight for you personally, is maybe you need to flip it into, being grateful for your life instead of thinking your life sucks. I know, but I don't understand. I know you're going to get that. I know, but like, Logan, you wouldn't understand though. I have this, I have that. When they get rid of the shit that's causing you your hell. Well, you just wouldn't understand this. They're at this coming after me. And Okay, I wouldn't understand, but man, where's your hell? Where's your hell coming from? And I bet a lot of that is you holding on to it. Some of you live through a victim mentality and you love living through it and you hold on to it like you're going to die if you don't have it because you're so used to telling people that, oh yeah, this happened to me, and then you get a response from that person and that makes you feel wanted because maybe you just have abandonment issues and you just want to be loved, and your only way to get love is to tell people that you're a victim or you're this or my life sucks or whatever. And I'm not saying that's you, Joyce. I'm just going on a tangent here. But if you're in somebody who you think your life sucks, man, focus on gratitude and I promise you things will start to change for you, but you got to make the effort to do it. All right. Well, he's not responding, so I don't know, but I think I'm just going to pull a couple cards and get the hell out of here. Try to go make it. So it'll be a rather shorter one. My average is, 4.5 hours? Right? This will be kind of a shorter one. Jeff says, I got the script, but it was in Chinese. Learn Chinese. That'd be my answer. I got it in the wrong language. Go study the language you got it in then. Yeah, someone mentioned Dolores Cannon. Yeah, you want me to show you what our birth card is? You want to talk about scripted reality? Dolores Cannon. She was awesome. But you want to see what her tarot card is? Dolores Cannon right here. That's Dolores Cannon. You see, Dolores Cannon is the one in red standing up, handing out to people information. And those people, those are you. Those people are, some of you is you. You want, oh my God, Dolores, that's great information. So she's influencing you with her 6 of diamond energy. That's what this card means. 6 of diamonds. The 6 is the spiral, and it's tied to the machine, by the way, because machine is 24 in numerology, and the 24 reduces down to the number 6. This is part of the machine, tied to Chronos. The 6 of diamonds, 6 of pentacles. The 6 of diamonds is the 32nd card in the deck, and Capricorn equals 32, and Capricorn's ruled by Chronos. Chronos is 24 in numerology, 2 plus 4 is 6. It's the 6 of diamonds. So Dolores Cannon incarnates and she starts to give you her influence and the way she sees things in life and how she sees you should be doing it. And she starts to influence people through her marketing. But is her truth 1,000% absolute cookie cutter truth for everybody? How could it be? Then everybody would be following Dolores Cannon and life would be beautiful. But not everybody follows Dolores Cannon. She is just one marketer, one influencer, just like myself, just like you. We all have roles to play, and if it doesn't get you here, it's going to get you there. Oh, well, you're going to be born into a religious family, and the religion's going to want you to dedicate and baptize your life, and it's all about this and following this, and I got saved, and I was born again, and great. But if you think that's the only way, and my way's wrong, you haven't figured out how this reality works, and that's my truth, right? But how can it just be your way? 10,000 religions, folks. What happened to the damn first one? That's the one I'd be interested in, but good luck trying to find out what the first one was. You can postulate it. You can conjure up what you think is the very first one, but I don't think anybody really knows. The Four of Clubs. Daniel, what's the interpretation of the Four of Clubs? Four of Wands, Four of Clubs. Somebody who builds things. It's a teacher. It's a builder. It's the card number 17, tied to Source, tied to Yod Vahe. It's card number 26 in the tarot, tied to the Yod Vahe. It's the house card. The house always wins. The Four of Clubs. The house always wins. Yeah, well, why do you think they say that in casinos? If you had $1 million and you walked into a casino and your objective was to go into the casino and you can't leave until you bankrupt the casino, do you think that'll ever happen? If you had $10 million, could you walk into a casino and bankrupt the casino? Or are they going to eventually take your money? No, they're eventually going to take your money. The casino business is the house. The casino represents God. And when you walk in and you gamble, it's going to take your money. Gambling. That's why it's called gambling. And you can't beat the house. I don't know anybody that's gone in and bankrupt a casino. All right. Not in the world. Five of Clubs, super busy people. Five of Clubs is the card of currency. It's the card of religion. It's the card of sports. It's the card of fighting and debating. But if you're not into that space, you're going to be somebody who needs a lot of variety. And it will depend on a lot of factors in your astrological chart. But the Five of Clubs, what's in your fifth house of astrology? Where's your sun at? It's the sun rules the Five of Clubs. So the Five of Clubs is a mental card. It's a pocket fives. You have the Five of Clubs and Five of Hearts. So you're the restless heart and a restless mind. So that's your code. Your raw code is like you're never going to be satisfied out of anybody. That's what's going to promulgate you towards creating your life, is lack of satisfaction. It's just, no, it's not going to be enough. I'm not going to be enough. I'm not going to be enough. I'm not going to. I'm going to chase that. I'll go try that. I'll go do this. And you're the adventurer. You're the person that wants to go and do the debating. You want to go and get your mind stimulated. You want your funny bone tickled. That's the Five of Clubs, Five of Hearts. I'm going to take one more question and I'm going to pull some cards. Wolfie Wolf said, is it possible to break out of the script? I haven't found out how to do that. So I couldn't tell you. Still being scripted. All right, so what card is related to Aries? The Magician. All the aces are tied to Aries. All the aces sit in the house of Aries. All the twos sit in the house of Taurus. All the threes sit in the house of Gemini. All the fours sit in the house of Cancer. All the fives sit in the house of Leo. All the sixes sit in the house of Virgo, and so on and so forth. All of them. All the kings sit in the middle. Queens sit in the house of Pisces. Jack sit in the house of Aquarius. Jesus is coming back in the house of Aquarius because Jack is the Jesus. That's why Jesus came in the age of Pisces and said, my kingdom's no part of this world. Yeah, because he was telling you to follow him into the house with a man bearing a pitcher of water, Luke 22 verses 10. That's telling you to go into the age of Aquarius and follow him into that house. because he needs your energy. That story does. And that's the age of crypto, by the way. The age of Christ is cryptocurrency. You'll see. People will see. The religion, it's just using you for your energy to move into the age of crypto. That's why it says in Leviticus, they'll be throwing their silver and gold into the streets. That's because the fiat currency and the hard currency will be done away with in the age of Aquarius because it's no longer needed. It takes up too much space. There's my buddy. They closed early. All right. Blah. Well, it looks like I'm not getting pizza. That's all good. All right, I guess I can go a little longer then. All right, hold on. Let me just get some more music on here. And then we'll start pulling some cards. Hold on, folks. Hold on, let me see what I want to play here. Just do some more of this, I guess. All right, so I guess we can go a little longer because no pizza tonight. I guess it'll just be tomorrow. It's no big deal. Yeah, that's right. No pizza in tonight's script. That's it. Andrew says, I had a session with Ola. It was awesome. Yeah, because she's awesome. She knows what's going on, man. She's way the hell up there in the northern part. I have this joke with her. She gets polarized up there. Sine waves, you're asking if you can use a couple of decodes to, yeah, I don't care as long as they're not Patreon ones. Those are exclusively for members, but yeah, you're more than welcome to use them. It's fine. I mean, it's for the benefit of people, so it's all good. Not of the world says she made a bowl of cereal. See, I don't even eat this stuff, man. I'm more of a pizza. It'll be pizza with edamame because I got to have some kind of vegetable in there. But living in Mexico has its advantages because being in the U.S., like there's so much temptation of so much junk food. And being here in Mexico, it's more whole foods for me. A lot of watermelon and orange and grapefruit and salad and cucumbers and Donna Marie's asking, I'm a Libra Scorpio cusp. What's my number? I wouldn't even know. And then I would have to ask you, are you talking about, I would imagine you're maybe referencing tropical. See, I'm more Vedic. I do reference both, but Vedic is your root and tropical is your crown. Tropical is your inevitability. Vedic is your origination. So let me ask you, what are some of the shows that you guys and gals watch? Like, what do you guys and gals watch? I mean, is there any good shows that you guys watch that you would recommend? Like, I again, being authentic and honest, I like a lot of crime and drama because I like to watch the court and watch how the system works. And I really get a lot of nuggets. I'm a huge fan of Chicago PD, kind of finished that up. Now I'm watching some more of Bosch. I'm a big fan of that show as well because I just like watching the police department. I could have probably, in a different lifetime, worked with the police department. It's a fun job. Like I always said, working for the CIA would probably be a really fun job to have. Constance, Dune. Yeah, I started watching Dune. I got bored with it. It's just not my cup of tea. Star Trek, Dune 2. Dark was great. Tokyo Vice. I started watching Tokyo Vice, but it's not in English. So I couldn't. It was like English. I don't like those shows. It's tough to watch those shows for me. Dark was an exception because it was in German, but that was an exception. The Wheel of Time, I did not like. I got bored after 2 episodes of that. Yeah, The Shield. I was watching the first one and I was like, but it's pretty raw. The Shield is like super raw, man. It's like dirty raw. Hannibal TV series. Designated Survivor was an amazing show. 24. I love Designated Survivor. I love 24. Those are amazing shows. I like one of my favorites, Daredevil and Punisher. Both amazing, especially Punisher. One of the best shows I think ever on the tube, man. Did you know they have a Supernatural card deck now? I didn't know that. Slow Horses, Digital Artist. Sounds really boring, but The Game by Michael Douglas, that movie, amazing movie. That movie said it all. Couldn't tell it. Couldn't tell it was in a game, but it looked so real. Neo Boy's asking about Sirius. Are you serious? Yeah, I mean, Sirius, there's so many ways to look at Sirius. I broke it down in my Bloodline Decoded. If you want to check out my Bloodline Decoded, you'd get a lot of the information on Sirius. There's a Sirius in the Greek numerology is 100. Let me see if I can pull it up. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Hang on. Yeah, there it is. So this right here is one of the older spellings of Sirius, right? In Greek. Okay? When you do the numerology of it in Chaldean, it'll be 16, which is tied to the word light, but it's also tied to the word hell. All right? But Sirius is the 100. When I did my decode on Manly P. Hall, well, he had this book called The Secret Teachings of All Ages. See, that was 100. So did he get his information from Sirius? Well, when you go to the periodic table to get the clue here, one of them anyway, you're going to come down to this element called fermium. And you can go start to study Enrico Fermi, who was part of the Manhattan Project and nuclear explosions. You know, this, when you go look at Sirius again from the Chaldean, it's going to be the 16, and the 16 in the tarot is the Tower card. You know, in ancient Egypt, it was Sirius that caused the Nile to rise. It's interesting because even this word right here is 16. Someone mentioned Japan, Tokyo. So Japan, Ja and Pan, and Japan is known as the land of the rising sun. So how does Japan have 16 and Sirius, which is also a sun, both have the 16? And then the golden ratio is 1.61. And then if you go to 16 on the periodic table, you're going to get the element sulfur. And sulfur is tied to fire and brimstone. So there's a lot of clues. And then you get the 32 here, and you go back to numerology, and you have a clue of the game master. So you have Capricorn there, but you also have Sirius. Okay? So those are just the kind of the extended layers of possibly what Sirius means. Sonia is asking about which tarot card is the 24th card in the deck. It's Elon Musk's birth card. It depends on how you look at the tarot and the spreads of the tarot. There are many different ways to look at the tarot, but it will be it'll be a 2. It'll be a 2 or a 3. That's what it will be. It will be a 2 or a 3. It'll be either the 2 or 3 of wands, or it will be the 2 or 3 of spades or swords. It just depends on how you look at it. All I know is it's a 2 or a 3. Yeah, Dark is dubbed in. Dark was like a must-watch show. For sure. Scott says my cosmic sugar's not working. Let me see. It may just be taking a little bit time to load. I don't know why lately the load times have been horrendous. Well, maybe you're right. No, it's pulling up. Just the load time may be a little bit long. It's working for me. Above and Beyond, Decode the Aurora Boreas. I've looked into it. Didn't really get much with it. So many different ways to go into that. I'll check into it again, though. Do I feel that we chose a script to participate in this movie for some reason? Maybe. But, you know, we've talked about this where, you know, I have a friend who reads Akashic Records, and she was like, one day she's like, yeah, we all chose to come here. And we chose our script. Okay. So that means serial killers chose their script. Right? Police officers chose their script. I chose my script. So did we choose it? Maybe we're just a star in the sky and we say, hey, I want to go down and play that game called life. Maybe there's a waiting list. I've talked about this to get in this reality. No one knows. I don't have the answer for you. I just don't know. But I do know that we live in a scripted reality. That I am 1,000%, not just a little bit, 1,000% know that we live in a scripted reality, and no one gets a hall pass on, oh, I'm going to break free and get out. I haven't figured a way how to do that yet. I don't care. I'm not trying to I'm striving for the way out, yes, just because I think it's fun. It's like going through a maze. And through this broadcast, I've told all of you what I feel the requirements are to, if you want to break free, you got to stop playing the game, which means you got to stop engaging, trying to debate, trying to be right. You're playing the game, man. So if you feel like you can break out of the script, one of the requisites I feel is you got to stop playing. And that's a tall order. Melanie Thompson's asking about the rainbow. Yeah, rainbow equals 24, just like the word chronos equals 24. Just like the word Jesus, Jesus in Greek equals 24. Why the 24? What's so big about the 24? Well, the word machine equals 24. Welcome to the machine. Mildred's asking, what if you don't play? Well, how do you not? What would your definition, we'd have to get the definition of what you think it means to not play. What does it mean to not play? What would the definition of that be? Do you just sit in your house and you turn off all social media? You don't go on your computer? You get rid of your cell phone service? You stop using the bank? You stop using your cell phone? I mean, what is your definition of not playing anymore? I just don't think it's possible. I mean, maybe if you go out and live in a shack in the woods, but you still got to go get your food. You still got to do things, and that's part of the machine. The machine, you could say analog or digital. You could say, we talked about this during Let's Talk About the Upside Down World, me and Robin. If you haven't checked out that podcast, we did a podcast on that, and she was saying, she says in the digital world, this is kind of where the malevolent energy hangs out, and I agree. But before the digital world was here, you still had the analog world, and what would the analog world be? Horse and buggy, farmland. But you go back to cowboys and Indians, man, they were shooting and killing each other in the analog stage. So the benevolent, it's in analog and digital. And I just don't think it's just transitioning energy and moving from one layer of reality to the next. And I can't see people just breaking free from this reality. Everything in this reality, analog or digital, is owned by the same boss. It's just advancing its way of being. And we start to create, so artificial, like computers, this cell phone, I mean, look at what you can do with this thing now. You can do video. I remember the video thing was like, oh, it's pretty cool. I can't wait to do that. Now I don't even use it, but you're going into a fractal. You're moving into it's Mandelbrot set. Bobby's mentioned Dolly the sheep. I looked into Dolly the sheep, and I wasn't too enamored by it. So Errant Protocol says, life is a game. You can be a player or a toy. How about this as something to think about? I have let me see if I can find it here. Hold on. Where is it? I have so many slides that I created with this, like, in one night. Let me see if I can give all of you a... There, let me show you this. So I have non-player character coming out. All right? I got it as a decode coming out. All right. Let me give you guys and gals a little sneak peek. All right? I got this coming out. And this one got a lot of traction. This is a big buzzword. Oh, that person's there. That's an NPC. I'm not an NPC. Well, first we have to define what a non-player character is. You got to define that first. And then is the definition going to be fluid across the board for everybody? Well, what if we're all non-player characters? So what if these characters here are the gods and you're on the board and there's a game master? What if these are the angels and demons? This is Dungeons and Dragons. So the term non-player character, it came from the world of gaming, but it was made popular by Dungeons and Dragons. I've never played it. Of course, it was big in Stranger Things. And you have the players, which I know a lot of you think you're a player. I'm going to ask you to consider that you're not a player, you're a non-player. And the definition of the non-player is that you're being controlled by a player. And then you have the game master. This has a 3-tier to it. So the non-players are controlled by the game master. Okay? Now this is the definition that I got about non-player characters, and obviously it varies because this is saying the game master runs the non-player characters and then the players have different roles as well. Okay? But I'm going to postulate that you're a non-player character, meaning that you're not in control of your life. So what we do as human beings is we end up creating a fractal below this reality to do the as above, so below. Now I want to digress and I want to show you something. Yeah, there it is. I want you to take into consideration that as above, so below. If you believe in this axiom, is a 58. Now I'm going to come back to that. So as above, so below, meaning the as above is running so below. So in this context, the players that are using the instruments on the board, we represent the as above, and the so below is going to be anything on that board. Now I want you to consider that Earth is the board. And then these players could be the angels and demons or the Elohim or the archons or however you want to describe it. But now what we've done is we have two human beings that created the Dungeons and Dragons game, Gary and Dave. That's what they were credited for. They were in the gaming industry. What can their story tell us about a scripted reality? Well, I want you to consider their birthdays. Gary was born on July 27th and David on October 1st. And when you bring the 27 and 1 together, you get 271, which is the 58th prime number, which is tied to what, folks? As above, so below. And it's also tied to Puppet Master, which is also tied to remote control. The 271 is a permutation of the 127. Which is right here. See that 127? It's this element that means earth. So this is tied to this, which is tied to this, which is tied to this, which is tied to these two dudes right here. So, do you think these guys had a choice with creating the Dungeons and Dragons game, a role-playing game? Well, the code says absolutely not. I mean, what are the odds that their birthdays form the 271, which is the 58th, which matches Puppet Master and Remote Control. And it represents as above, so below, which is what that whole game was telling you about. Are these mere coincidences? Is this just something random that I pulled out of my ass to try to make myself look good? No, I don't care what you think of me and the information. I'm just here to show you the information. That you're being used. And the reason why we create these remote controls is because we end up controlling the characters in the fractal below us on the screen. And you get to play the character. Now the character is your instrument. And we have all these silly symbols which represent the symbols of Earth. The circle and the square and the triangle and the X. All because this is a fractal above and the video game and the movie is the so below. And these people, you're being role played by something outside of this reality controlling you, which is using your voice in your head. Again, the thoughts you have, you're having thoughts, but you're just the instrument having the thoughts. They're coming from something outside of you. You think these guys knew this information? I promise you, they did not. They've both passed on. And I got so much more. Look at all these slides I have down here. I have like 50 slides on this non-player character. So the question is this you? Well, I say it is. And I say you're a non-player. All of you. All of us are non-players. We're all being used by energies outside of this reality. And that's what the code says. And I'm more intrigued by the code and what the code has to say versus people's opinions. Because everybody's got an opinion. And the truth is, my truth is, you're right. I'm not right. I'm just here to show you something. If you don't agree with me, that's totally fine. I don't want everybody to agree with me. Matter of fact, I already know not everybody will. Matter of fact, I turn a lot of people off because they don't like what I'm showing. Just like when I was a kid, I didn't like being told that wrestling was fake. And a lot of people now, they look at sports, they realize sports is all rigged. Well, it changes everything. It's like, well, why would you want to even watch something that's not even real? Well, the same reason why people go and fill stadiums with WWE wrestling. When you know it's not real. I mean, the kids that go there probably don't know that, but the adults do. Because it's entertainment. That's why. You see, when you go look at the word entertainment through numerology, you're going to see, where is it at? Where's that the word entertainment is the number 50. Okay? Entertainment is the number 50. And 50 is tied to the element tin, right here. And tin, if you remember, was the Tin Man. Okay? This is you. This is me. The Tin Man. And the Tin Man in the story of the Wizard of Oz was looking for his heart. Well, maybe, just maybe, we live inside of a machine and it's a computer system and it wants to experience this reality that it creates through the movie screen that projects out onto the world stage. And in order to play the game, to play through the characters, it needs to create a character like you and me. And when it does, it then has a soul. It has the ability to feel emotions. And now it's able to play through its heart. And it chases its heart. And it wants to love. It wants to feel emotions. I want to be human. Because the machine is not human. But in order to be human, you get the fallen angel story in there. The fallen angels, they wanted to go hump and screw the women. Well, you can't do that in a spiritual body. You can't do that in the black sun. You need to come out of the black sun. You need to become light into matter, and you need to become a Tin Man. And when you start to research all of this information, especially with the Wizard of Oz, and you see who played with the Tin Man, Jack. They casted a guy named Jack. Jack is Jack in the Box. See, this is the comedy in our reality. Jack in the Box is a restaurant in the United States, which I've broken down so many times. And the character is this comical character. And it's Jack stuck in the box. If you're not masculine, you're going to be feminine. You'd be the Jill. That's why it's Jack and Jill went up the hill. This is why you see a lot of Jacks. Jack and the Beanstalk. He wanted to climb the beanstalk to get out. You're stuck in this reality. And they casted Jack Haley to play the Tin Man? Come on. Seriously. He has a birthday of August 10th and June 6th. That's the 106. What's the 106? How about this? Adenine, cytosine, guanine, and thymine. This is the two base pairs of our DNA. 106. To be a human being. So they cast this guy to play the Tin Man, and he's got the 106 for his birthday and his death day, and you don't think we're living in a scripted reality? Folks, you're inside of a machine, man, and you ain't running this reality. You're not running your life, man. I mean, I could go all day, all night showing you these layers because I have so many things memorized. So it becomes easy and it becomes fun. You're the Tin Man. You're looking for love. You're looking to screw. You're looking to get porky. You're looking to screw this person. You're looking to have sex. You're looking to have a kid. You want to have a family. You want to get married and put the wedding bands on, the rings of Saturn on your finger. You want to go sign your little contract to get a marriage certificate. Why would you need to get a marriage certificate to get married? It's so ridiculous because it binds you to this reality. And every year you celebrate your birthday, celebrating your layers of I'm celebrating duality, my life in duality. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. And then you're over there you got the Passover coming up, and you get it has to be done when the moon is at a certain position and the sun has to be at sunset. Like, why do we have to do it according to the pagan sun and the moon? Why does the church pay attention? Why are we doing these rituals? Why are we handing out Easter eggs? Why are we chasing bunnies, which mean fertility? There's a bunny on the moon. Knock, knock, Neo. Chase the white rabbit. You're starting to see how all these things connect. What is the connecting in this reality? It's keeping you here in this reality, folks. This reality is a scripted, predestined reality. I mean, how much more do you want me to show you? You're Jack stuck in the box. That's why if you go look at, let me show you how, you want to see some comedy? Here's some more comedy for you. Here, let me show you. So Alice Chasing the Rabbit, they had a song called Man in the Box. You guys know that song, right? This song right here. Okay? Man in the Box off of their album Facelift. I saw these guys in London when I was in the military. When I was stationed overseas, I got to see these guys in 91. Playing in London, okay, off this album right here. And they have a song called Man in the Box right here. Okay, what do you think the song means? Well, isn't it interesting that the Man in the Box and the whole album and the whole shebang, okay, is tied to Jack in the Box? I even covered this. Let me just do this on the fly so you guys and gals can see. If you go watch this, Jack in the Box. So it's not a lot of people watched it, but I mean, I got Jerry Cantrell, the founder, Robert Peterson, founded Jack in the Box on February 21st, which is the 4 of Diamonds card, which is the 30th card in the deck, which matches the word Alice in numerology, which matches the medicine card, the rabbit card. And the 4 of diamonds is the 4 of pentacles, which is the jack stuck in the box. And Lane Stanley, who sang the song Man in the Box, has the same numerology as Oscar Peterson, who founded Jack in the Box. I mean, seriously, the 5 band members of the Eagles, their birthdays add up to 77, and they have a song called Hotel California, which says you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave because you're the man in the box. You're stuck in the damn box. That's what that's why it's a big joke. So I got this big bobbleheaded dude here. This whole decode, you are Jack stuck in the box, ladies and gentlemen. This is why you have the Jack in the boxes. And the box is the cube. The box represents time, and it represents God. The whole thing, folks, it's just a big joke. But we take life so seriously. I could go on, or I could go all day and all night with this, folks. I could go on for hours and hours and hours and show you breakdowns of so many mainstream things to show you that all movies, shows, books, history, all of it is owned by the same boss, whether you think it's deceptive, whether you think it's lying to you, whether you think it happened, whether you think it didn't happen. It doesn't matter. It is owned by the same exact boss that created everything. That's what the research continues to show over and over and over and over. And I trust the numbers, and I don't trust people as much as I do the numbers. A lot of people just love to regurgitate, oh, it's this, and I found it here, and this says this, and this on this. Okay, great. But doesn't really matter because it's subordinate to the apex of everything you're talking about is the boss, and the boss owns everything inside of your little twist of knowledge. Grant says, how do you get out? I don't know. I haven't found a way to do that. I don't know. I have a theory. I have my Prison Planet series. I've broken down Prison Planet Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, Part 4, Part 5. Go watch that series. That's why if there is a way to get out of this game, you got to become a nihilist. That's what I believe. Now, I'm not asking you to agree. Just consider it. What is nihilism? Getting rid of all your programming. Knowing that all the religions, all the history books, all the texts, all the books written, all the information that has ever existed in this reality is always and will always be ruled by one boss. And if you don't want to play anymore, well, you got to get rid of the programming. You gotta be like, what did Jim Carrey do? Christoph was practically begging him to stay. And he's like, dude, I'm out, man. I'm out. Well, the whole thing was alluding to nihilism. Jessica's asking, how do you not react? It's a challenge. You got to look, you have to be an observer of your reality. You need to see what your trigger points are. When you study your astrological chart and your numerology and you know how you're built, it's kind of like, I've said this so many times. Imagine you're somebody who just puts around town in a little car. You don't have a fast car. You got a slow car. And then you've always wanted a Porsche twin turbo. And one day you have the money to go buy one. And you've never driven one before. So you're kind of afraid of how fast it is. You're kind of fearful at what it can do. And then once you get in that thing and you start driving it, you become accustomed to it. Now you know how to turn and how fast you can go around corners and what you can do with it. You start to learn the Porsche twin turbo. You never knew what a turbo felt like. It's exhilarating. Well, like back in the day when I was in real estate, long time ago, I bought a 600 horsepower Ford Mustang when the new body styles came out. And it was supercharged. It had methanol injection. It was 600 horsepower. And I had never driven anything. I never owned anything like that. And so it was my weekend car. It wasn't my daily driver. And even with the weekend drivability of it, I got bored with it. Because the exhilaration, the whole going fast and doing, burnouts, and I got bored with it. Like the exhilaration of just mashing the gas, it wasn't exhilarating anymore. Because I learned about what that felt like. When you learn about your life, when you open up that flower and you learn about all the moving parts of your reality, you're going to be able to know how fast you can go around a corner, what you can do to withstand certain things, what kind of environment you can be around without getting triggered. For me, I've had to learn to refrain from being triggered by people. And, we know that some of these comments that come in they're not even from humans, but they're there to push your buttons, to entice you to engage. And why is that happening? Because when you engage, it's learning about you. It's learning about you. So when aren't you interested in learning about yourself and what your trigger points are? I mean, if you want to become neutral, if you want to become somebody who's more like you're like a judge, you're above the court and you're not on the court, you're observing the court. When you're observing the court, you have all the views of all the moves that are the possible moves. You know what your trigger points are. So if you're somebody who can't sit down, turn on the presidential debate, this is a very good exercise. If you can turn on a presidential debate and you can watch that and know those two guys or that guy and girl up there are being controlled, and it's just a big show, and both Democratic and Republican are owned by the same boss. If you can take that into consideration, it's a game changer, because then you turn it on and be like, it's the same thing as watching Designated Survivor, or it's the same thing as watching Bosch, or it's the same thing as watching the show Lucifer. It's all a show. There is no difference between a show you watch on the telly, on your Amazon Prime and Netflix, as turning on the presidential debate or turning on the mainstream news. It's just a show. Now, I know you'd say, well, that really happened. Okay, great, but so did the actors on the movie. So when you say, oh, well, that really happened. Okay, great, but the movie really happened because there was actors that really were on the set and they were reading their screenplay and they were acting out their parts. And they were stuntmen. And they were people that were doing their parts. And they were directors and they were producers on the set and they were lighting people and they were sound people. They were really there acting out their parts. So did it really happen? Absolutely, the movie happened. Oh, I know, but that's not real. Well, you think this reality is real? Folks, it's a fractal. The movies you're watching are fractals down, and you're the as above, and then something's watching this. And you're the movie. That's what the Truman Show was trying to get across. And it's not just that movie. I mean, the Truman Show came out on June 1st, which is the same day as Frank Wupperman, the guy they casted to play the Wizard of Oz, who was behind the curtain. What? Who also has the same birthday as Morgan Freeman, who plays God in Bruce Almighty. Morgan Freeman has the same birthday as the Truman Show release date and Frank Wupperman, the guy they casted to play the Wizard of Oz. You don't think we're living in a scripted reality? So going back to what I'm saying, you want to get good at this reality, and you're supposed to do that, start observing your trigger points. Somebody starts to piss you off, that's a trigger for you. Why are you getting triggered? Someone's luring you in so you can go debate them. Why are you doing that? And I know you're going to say, well, I'm scripted to do it. That's totally fine. But at those of you that are like, hey, I want to be more of an observer, I want to detach, stop getting emotionally involved. When you start to watch a show, when you start to watch your favorite show, if you're consciously aware of you watching that show, you'll catch yourself getting emotionally involved with the characters in the show that you're watching. It's not even real. You're like, oh my God, catch him. Oh my God, that guy pisses me off. It's a freaking show, man. So if you want to get good at this game, if you want to get good at this movie, maybe, just maybe, it's detachment, and you got to learn how to drive the twin turbo Porsche, because you have a turbo and you don't even know you have it. And then when you hit the gas, you're like, whoa, it's so fast. And you can't even see what's up or what's down because you are so habitually programmed to react. Most people live a life of reaction. And they live a life of reaction based upon their ego, and their ego is their desire, and their desire is to smash everything that is not in their truth. And that means they think they're right, which they are, and they think everybody outside of them are wrong, which they are. But you see, when you get good at this game, you realize you don't have nothing to prove. Just go do your shit. And you'll have less triggers, and you'll get out of the lower chakras. That's the whole basis on why do you think the whole thing that happened over in the Middle East, which I decoded, it's a movie, it's the war movie, because that, and they continually pour into, the mainstream pours into the telly, the script is to keep you in your lower chakras. That's where your Mars and Venus energy are. Because Mars is attack, Mars is I'm right, yeah, go get him. Mars is going to march you off into your war, and then Venus is going to keep you into procreation, humping, screwing, sex, orgasms, comfortabilities. You get the fear of your sanctuary being taken away. That'll be in the script. It's fear-based energy. It's doing a job of trying to keep you in your lower chakras because you are under control when you're in your lower chakras. When you stay down in your lower chakras, you're easily controlled. Anger is so easy to control. Pushing people's buttons and then they react and then you get angry. It's so easy to control you when you're using your Mars and Venus energy. Because they'll either get you with like, I'm going to take this from you, I'm going to take that from you. And Venus is like, I'm all about comfort and luxury, man. You want to take my shit? No way. And then your Mars energy, your masculine energy is going to be like, you're going to want to fight for it. Oh, we got to go shout from the rooftops. We got to go defend. We got to go protest. You're playing the game, which is exactly what they want you to do. That's their job. They're the agent Smiths. Their job is to get you to engage using your lower chakras. Well, when you could see this game for what it is, you're going to be here. And you're not going to fall for it. That's neutrality. Now, if you want to go play a little bit down there, well, I mean, that's fine. That's what I'm saying. I think it's unavoidable to live and be a human being. You kind of go up and down. It's just so easy to see this when you can just scrape away and go to the basic bare bones of everything and realizes that you have a lot of habits that you work through and you don't even give it any thought. You know, I had said to everybody on this channel here many times that I learned through my habits that I was doing something destructive. And that was, when I brushed my teeth, the toothbrush would go into the bottom right-hand side of my gums. And as a result of that, I started getting gum erosion there because I would start to go hard here first. And I did it over and over and over and over. This would be the first spot that I put my toothbrush in my mouth and brush there, and it would be the hardest, the most effort because I'm putting it first in there. And I realized, like, holy shit, I got gum erosion there. And then I consciously broke out of the habit, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to do that anymore. So then now I'm conscious when I'm sitting there brushing my teeth. I'm grateful for my teeth. I'm in the now moment. I'm not thinking about, you know, this or that. I'm thinking about my teeth and all that kind of stuff. Somebody says, but can you still have sex? See, the thing is, you want to still have sex. That's why you're asking the question. You're probably still humping right now. And you know what you'll do? And I'm not saying you should or shouldn't do that. But you see, whatever you're doing in your life, which I posted in some of the quotes that I had, you will justify everything you're doing in your life to make it work for you. You'll have people out there, the carnivore diet, and they'll be promoting my digestion healed itself, and then next thing you know, they're marketing the carnivore diet, and they're going to get people to get influenced by that and be like, hey, I'm going to go try that, and maybe they need to go try it. Then you get all these vegans coming out and saying, vegans, and then cruelty to animals, and then all this, and if you're not doing the vegan thing, man, you're this and you're that. It's like you're judging me. And that's marketing. And then you get the pescatarians and the vegetarians, and it's like, oh my God, all these freaking titles. People love their titles. Just go do you, man. That's it. If you want to go have sex and screw till the cows come home, then go do that if that's what makes you feel good. Don't listen to anything I got to tell you. My opinion is empty and meaningless. It doesn't have any bearing in your life. If you may take a snippet of what I say and you use it for your reality, well, I mean, that's totally fine. I'm just marketing my ideas. I'm marketing right now. I'm just giving you some things to think about. Gareth is asking about percentages on souls and NPCs. I couldn't answer that. You're getting into statistics that are just, I think, are impossible to postulate on. I don't have all the raw data. Coincidence theorist says you shouldn't eat flesh. Honestly, fruit is the food that meant to be eaten. Well, that is your truth. So you see, you're marketing your truth. So let's just be raw and authentic here, right? So you're marketing your truth and you're postulating it as if it's cookie cutter. Like it's going to work for everybody. And I get it. But what I would encourage you to do is you would say, I don't eat flesh because I feel that fruit is the food that's meant to be eaten. That would be the proper way to say it in this reality. That's my opinion though. But to say it the way you said it, it's like you're making it sound like it's got to be cookie cutter for everybody. And I just don't concur with that. You'll get 1 million people telling you it's this diet that healed their gut and it made their life change. Listen, I'm going to tell you guys and gals straight up the raw, honest truth, man. I went vegan for 5 years and my freaking health plummeted and took a big shit. Now, I was a proponent of it. I was preaching and marketing veganism. And then I started to suffer. But then at the same time, I started to learn how this reality works. I started to study how this reality works, and not just from the basis of like ethics and morals, but like the true essence of how this reality works. And couple that with my debilitating health issues, I decided to implement some changes in my life. And now I'm doing what I feel is necessary for me, and I own it, and I don't need to defend it, and I don't care what anybody's opinion is, because I'm telling you right now, my truth is there is no cookie cutter way to salvation. There is no cookie cutter way to finding God or the kingdom of God. There's no cookie cutter way to doing this or doing that. It's your way. That's the only way, your way. Now, yeah, you're going to have your ethics and morals. I get that. You're going to have your principles and all that kind of stuff. But to think that your way is the only way and everything outside of that is incorrect, I'm just not a fan of that. There's your truth and then there's my truth. And if you think that your truth's superior over mine and I think mine's superior over yours, we got a problem. But you see, if you do your truth and I do my truth and there's no division, we have a utopia. Beautiful. I mean, folks, if you guys and gals knew, you start to study food and you start to study what goes into building and creating and I mean, look, you want to get anal and nitty gritty about it. Those people, like I know there's a lot of vegans that get very offended, and I'm like, okay, the next time you grow your garden, let's go take a look at how many worms you cut in half with your shovel when you go dig up and plant your food. How many bugs you displace, how many insects you kill. Oh, and that's not important though. The worms aren't important. You just cut a worm in half. You just killed a spider. You just killed some ants. You just displaced a whole family of insects. But that's not important because your broccoli is more important, because you got to make sure that you're not doing this and you're not killing animals and you're not, but the insects are okay. That's totally cool. Or, oh, I'm not aware of that. I don't know that. Well, now you know. And the toilet paper that you wipe your ass with, well, guess what that's doing? Have you thought about that? Look, man, we live in a cruel freaking world, man, and it's all allowed to happen. And the only way that I can postulate it is that this reality is not real. It's a movie. That's why it's allowed to happen. That's why everything's allowed to happen. That's why all the craziness happens, and it goes in cycles and waves, and it's chaos and order, and then it's order, then it's chaos, and it's chaos, and it's order. Because it needs stimulation. This reality needs stimulation. It needs energy. It feeds and harvests your energy, emotion, love, fear. So crazy, man. I mean, and then you want to get into those of you that don't concur with that. Let's get into plants and plants having feelings. You think they're not talking and communicating amongst each other when they're going to get eaten? Of course they do. Oh, I know that's different though. See, you're justifying your position, which I get. You have every right to do that. But when you're dealing with the foundations of how this reality works, you're going to realize that you're a killing machine. I don't care if you're a vegan or not. Every time you walk outside, you're stepping on things, you're killing things constantly as you walk down the sidewalk, walk down the street, walk on the dirt, walk on your trails. When you go hiking, you're constantly killing. You don't see it. Now you know it. What are you going to do? You're just going to give up on life? Say, oh, I'm not going to do it anymore. No, you're going to constantly kill, because that's what human beings are. We're killing machines, just like every predator in this reality, they kill. Everything gets used in this reality. That's just the way it is in this reality. So go find out what works for you and own it and be in that space. But don't sit here and try to defend your truth and say, oh, well, they're wrong because of this and that. No, that's your opinion. Susie Sherlock says, what about honoring? What about it? What about honoring all the insects that gets killed? What about all the things that gets killed when you're walking outside and you're stepping on things and you're a killing machine? What about honoring all that stuff? If you want to get technical about it. I mean, let's just be honest and transparent here instead of dancing around. I get why you want to stand in your truth. I get why you want to, you want to say your way. Listen, your way is the only truth, not mine. But let's be honest and transparent and authentic here. If you want to talk about honoring things, well then take a look at your life and see what you're doing. And what you're going to see is you're a killing machine. I don't care what you consume, you're a killing machine. And you kill things when you walk outside, you don't even see it. And there's constantly killing going on. That's what we do as human beings. I know I'm going to get some thumbs down for this. I always do. I don't care though. I'm not in this for the likes. I'm not in this for the subscribers. I'm in this to give you things to think about. You don't have to like me. You don't have to like this. You don't have to like my speech. You don't have to like my opinion. And that's all it is, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm telling you is my opinion. That's it. And I stand in my opinions just like you stand in yours. But we got to be honest and authentic about this reality instead of dancing around and just trying to promulgate our truth without really opening up the whole gamut and talking about how this reality really works. I mean, I did a video on I put it on my TikTok. The first video I did, it was on creation. It was a minute and whatever. It was under 2 minutes long. And I had postulated and I had said that there's all these systems that are working in your body. What created all these systems in your body? You would probably say God did. Okay, great. Well, one of the systems in your body is called the immune system. And what is the programming? What did God program the immune system to do? To defend or attack the invaders that come into the body. Pathogens, bacteria, fungi. Well, then my question is, what created the pathogens? What created the bacteria? What created the invaders that are coming in the body? Well, the logical answer would be God did, because you wouldn't have created an immune system with the objective of defending these things if you didn't know they were going to be coming into the body. And there, just like that, just like magic, you have the yin yang inside the biology of the body. You have death and regeneration. You have life and death. You have predator prey. And it's as simple as that. And if we can't even get past that simplicity of the biology of the body, knowing that you have predator prey inside of you, the same thing that you have out in nature. I mean, how can we have any deep conversations like this about which way is the right way to eat and what should be eaten, what shouldn't be eaten, and yada, yada, yada. If we can't even get past the whole simplicity of how the body works. Kilt's asking about meditations. Do I have any meditations or recommendations? No, I mean, hear this music playing? This is what I listen to. Close my eyes. And this is what I listen to. I go to the gym, I do my cardio. Sometimes I listen to this kind of music. And I meditate while I'm doing cardio. Because I'm getting my metabolism racing. I think clearer. So I just go to listen. This is called Blade Runner ambient music or something like that. That's all I do. I don't do the lotus position. That's for me. It's uncomfortable to do that. Some people it's just uncomfortable for that because I've been probably working out and my flexibilities. I can't do the lotus. It's not comfortable for me. When I do meditate and I lay down, I normally fall asleep. I've been gifted with having sleep, being able to sleep. It's one of my favorite things to do. But I would just say, what I'm saying is like, if you're going to meditate, you might as well visualize. Might as well make an objective out of it. Because you're going to think anyway. So you get all the senses involved. You get in a comfortable position. Put on some music, some solfeggio or whatever. And then you put on some incense so you get the smell going. You want to get all the 5 senses going, right? So you're going to get the sense of feel by getting in a comfortable position. You're going to get a sense of hearing through the music. You're going to get a sense of smelling through incense or whatever you're going to burn. You're going to get as many of the senses as you can, and then you're going to do your visualization or your meditation. If you want to block out and try not to think about anything, which human beings are not designed to do that, and good luck doing that for a long period of time. It's just impossible. That's what I would do. Singing bowls are great. So, Susie, this is your first time here. Well, welcome out. You're going to get the raw version of me. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I'm not here for you to like me. I'm just being honest and transparent. My way is not your way, and your way is not my way. Your opinion is your opinion. My foundation is that your truth is the only truth that matters, and it ain't cookie cutter, just like my truth ain't cookie cutter. None of us have it all figured out. If we laid out all our truths on the table, if we're being honest and authentic, we can honestly say that we have some things in there that would be considered wrong. Some of the theories that you've adopted as your truth, that you feel like this is the absolute, would be completely corrupt and false. If we're being honest and authentic. But the world doesn't work that way. But I would probably think that you would be that person to be honest and authentic here. Well, that's what you're getting from me. I'm giving you my raw and honest and authentic deliverance of the way I see the world. And it ain't popular. That I can tell you. And my foundation is that my truth is what I own, and I don't defend it. And so everybody's happy, so we can build a utopia, is you do you, and I get to do me. And if we allow ourselves to do this, we instantly and automatically create a utopia. But if we start to say that way's wrong and this, you're going to do it anyway. But as long as if your love is allowing, you're going to say, well, I don't agree with that, but that's totally cool. I love you either way. When you become that kind of person, you instantly and automatically have a utopia. But if you're going to sit there and judge, I'm not saying you're doing this, but when we start to judge and we start to debate and get angry and try to say that someone's wrong for doing it their way, we now have created a dystopia. And that's what this reality thrives off of. It thrives off of chaos. It thrives off of you saying, well, your way's wrong and they got it wrong. And we're in the habit of saying that. A lot of us are in the habit of doing this, and we all are guilty of it. We're all in the guilty of saying, that's wrong, that ain't the right way, that's broken, that's not working correct, that can't be the right way, my way's superior. How could they do that? When you don't have all the facts. You don't know, like so many people, they're going through trauma in their life, and they do something horrific. Like when I broke down, perfect example, when I broke down Jason Bashir's from Marc, I met the guy. He's the nicest freaking guy. Do we agree upon everything? No. Does he have it all figured out? No. Do I have it all figured out? No. But because love is allowing, hey, I'm a fan of your code, man. I see you doing you. Congratulations. When you can step into that layer of being a human being, to me, that's graduation. But the moment you step into, oh, well, you're an idiot. You're freaking, wow, you're not a good person. Your morals are corrupt. You're judging. And you don't even know what's going on in that person's life. It's like I mentioned Jason because like, I had so many people persecute me because I talk about him and I mention his channel and I do a decode on him and they don't like him because, oh, he's going to do this to people and he's going to do that and he's doing that and he did this 26 years ago and how dare he's this and he says like, dude, are we living 26 years ago? I mean, I don't even remember what happened 26 years ago in my life. But see, that's the world. The world loves the drama. They want the dirt. They want the dirtiest shit they can get on you and then they hold it against you. And they think you're that person still. And they judge you. And they court you. And they draw an opinion on you. And then you got people who are going through some serious trauma and they're just trying to freaking keep their head above water. And they're behaving irrational or something. And you don't know what's going on in their life, but you're sitting there and you're judging and judging and judging. And you're not even saying anything, but you're doing it. And guess what? We're all guilty of it. See, when you're good and you catch yourself, well, that's a win. But man, utopia is getting rid of division and judgment and thinking your way's the only way and it's salvation through you and you're the cookie cutter example of I'm going to make it and you're not. That's such dungeon lower Mars Venus programming. And I'm really passionate about this, as you can tell. So, like, that's just me being real and raw and honest. And I get loud and I go on rants. But again, these are my truths. And you don't have to like them. You don't have to agree with them. Don't care. But I'm not going to, for me, I'm not going to coerce people. I'm just going to speak my opinion. And you're going to either agree or disagree. That's it. Simple as that. Utility Maxis says, so you like Jason from Archaic Script. He's just an avatar from them. Everybody's an avatar here in the Matrix. Everybody's being controlled by energies outside this reality. There isn't anybody that's not. That is my truth. And when I did the decode on Jason, I showed it. I supported it. That was my discovery. I put my discovery out on the world stage, showing the numbers, the dates, everything, the conviction date, all that. I showed all of it. I mean, that's it. So, am I a fan of what he's doing? Some of the stuff. I think he's a really intelligent dude who has a lot of great information. That's it. I strive to look at the good in people. That's what I do. Do you? I strive to look at the good despite the horrors that we see in reality. Because we all have our horror stories. Susie says, long disclaimer. Yeah, I know I like to go on my rants and tangents. But again, bottom line is my opinion's empty and meaningless in a lot of people's worlds. And I'm okay with that. I'm not a simple guy. I'm not going to give you a simple answer. I'm going to give you a long, drawn out, connected answer. Doku's asking me to decode some sports. March Madness. I haven't been... I don't even really follow sports. And I did the Super Bowl twice. And got hammered on the first two. So I kind of like... I guess that was the universe kind of saying, well, maybe you should just... in your script, stay away from that. So... KMP says, I wish Jason wouldn't try to debate. Well, that's on him, man. I'm grateful I don't get to have to be that person. Like I'm debating is lower chakra, and it's fear, and it's you're afraid to be wrong, and which we all live through. But debating, just you got to lower your chakra. You got to lower your frequency to debate. I mean, people say, well, it's a healthy debate. How is debating healthy? It's kind of funny. It's kind of a contradiction. All right. What time is it? Shit, another hour and a half. Okay, so let's pull some cards and end this shindig on what's your question number 75. Appreciate each and every one of you for being here. All of you new people, thanks for showing up. You getting the raw, uncensored version of me, as always. ASM Future is asking me, when's the last time I ate some really good Mexican food? Well, you know what? What's the word I'm looking for? There's no good Mexican food here. In Mexico. There's not. So when's the last time I had some? Probably when I was in Las Vegas last. I was in not Town Square. I don't remember where I was, but I went to a pretty good Mexican place in Las Vegas has amazing food. That was one of the things I liked about living there. I don't like guacamole at all. Matter of fact, I just don't have a taste for the guac, man. I've tried eating it again, and I just don't like the taste of it. I'm probably one of the very rare few human beings on the planet that doesn't like avocados and guacamole. But you're looking at what I'm telling you straight up. I'm a huge fiend for chips and salsa. That to me determines how good a Mexican restaurant will be. Chips and salsa. Yeah, Vegas is amazing. I miss it. It's a great place to live if you can deal with the heat. Everything is there. It's open 24/7. They have amazing food, some of the best food in the world. And then you get, of course, if you know, I mean, when I lived there, I played Keno maybe like 4 times in the 2+ years I was there. So really no gambling for me. Gambling, I just never have won. So I just learned really quickly that it was kind of a waste. If I'm going to do it, it's just, you might as well spend it on something else. But Vegas has such amazing food. But, you know, that place is a desert, man. So all the food's got to get shipped in. It relies on tractor trailers. Although, you know, it does have a safety net to it, and the fact that it's the entertainment capital of the world. So, you know, it's run by some pretty powerful people that need to keep that thing going. So that is kind of a plus for Las Vegas. It is a pretty inexpensive compared to the rest of the United States place to live. But again, if you can't deal with the heat, I love the heat, but it has amazing hiking. Red Rock is just superb hiking. It's a great place. If you like outdoors, it's a great place. I think so. Pat Pip says the true test of a Mexican restaurant is if you leave smelling like the food. Yeah. Isn't that for anything, though? Yeah, I started breaking. I still have a decode to come out on Las Vegas, but I mean, how funny is it that the main freeway that runs through Las Vegas is I-15, and the 15th card in the tarot is the devil card. I just think it's so freaking comical. Yeah, I-15, Interstate 15, the devil card's the 15th card in the deck. Oh, you live in the Bay Area. I used to live in the East Bay, Fremont, Hayward area, Dublin, Pleasanton. Yep. I got a buddy of mine who has a restaurant in San Francisco. I'd never been to it, of course, but he's got a little restaurant called Scouts, I think. I don't even know if it's still Scouts, but I'm all about the pizza, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a pizza connoisseur. I wish I could go to all the cities around the world and try all the pizzas, the good ones. I've been to some really good ones, but I'm and I like it all. I like thin crust. I especially like Chicago deep dish. That's my favorite. I think because of the texture. I'm a texture, and it has so much texture to it. If you get a really good one, if you're in Los Angeles, if you live in LA, there's an amazing, authentic Chicago deep dish restaurant called Echo's Bakery, Massa's Bakery in Echo Park. Freaking phenomenal. Authentic. The guys from Chicago. Whoo! It's amazing. Massa's Bakery in Echo Park. Bomb pizza. I've had so much pizza in LA. I used to live in Los Angeles. There's some good pizza in LA as well. But pizza is that's my favorite food. Oh, Mill Valley. I know where Mill Valley is. I was doing real estate up in San Francisco, so I know the area quite a bit, the extended area over to Marin County, and not so much San Francisco, but the East Bay especially, Marin County, Castro Valley, Pleasanton, all those areas. All the way down to San Jose. Cool area. I wasn't a fan of the Bay Area though. Too much. I didn't like the rainy season. Once I went to LA and then I went back. LA just to me blows San Francisco away because of the weather. I like the warm weather. San Diego's pretty badass too. But Orange County to me, out of California, Orange County is the best. My favorite place to live. the OC. Because it's the cleanest, the newest, the nicest. Bar none. Blows LA, San Diego, San Francisco away. Yeah, Miriam Gregory says, Logan's hungry. I am. Triana E's was asking a question. I missed your question. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can scroll back. I have so many comments. Oh, you wanted me to decode a number, 2856. That could go off a million different ways. You got to go look and see if it's a prime number and they're sine and cosine waves. It's just really vanilla. I couldn't really give you an answer. I don't know. You'd have to start to keep patterns, the times that you're getting these signals. Everything's code. I mean, when I go to bed and I plug my phone in and you see the battery percentage, that's a code. That's a sign for you. Everything. You get your receipts, you get a sign. Christine, you lived in Berkeley for 7 years? Well, that's cool. Greg says, the last time I was in Vegas was for rehab. Yeah. Oh, well, that kind of rehab. I thought you meant rehab the pool party. Oh, shit. See where my mind's at? They had this thing called rehab in Vegas. The kind of the origination of the pool parties. It was insane. That was back in the day. All right, let's get to some tarot cards and then I'm going to go eat. Yeah, thank you, Bella B. I'm not really that hungry, but I've shuffled this deck hundreds of times now because I've been doing it for the past hour. All right. Let's get some music on here. What do I want to play for this card pull? Maybe just keep it this. I'll just keep this. Kind of too lazy to change it. All right. JRB 107 is Jason Bashir's life path number. It's the 28th prime number. 107 is tied to the element silver, meaning you're on the silver screen. You're inside of a movie. Anytime you ever see the number 107, it should remind you that you're inside of a movie. Earth is a movie set. That's what the 107 leads to. And silver is the 47th element, and the word scripted reality equals 47. I showed this and talked all about it during the breakdown of Jason and Archaics, showing he's in a scripted reality. All right. Let's pull some tarot cards, and I'm just going to randomly pull whatever. And really, the thought here is the number 75. What's your question, number 75? 75 is a mirror of the 57, which is the Truman Show. But the words, let me just show all of you so you can get this in your mind, ingrained in your mind. Boop, boop. Just so you know that history repeats itself. Just so you know that history repeats itself. And when you go to the periodic table, what is that tied to? Well, it ties to the 75th element, which has an atomic weight of 186. And of course, what is the speed of light measured in a vacuum? 186,000 miles per second. Because this element is telling you the marker for that. History repeats itself. The game repeats itself. And then the 75 is tied to the 33rd element, arsenic. This is going to be isotope 75. And there's that notorious 33, which is going to be tied to the Mandelbrot set. Okay? It's going to be tied to the Mandelbrot set. Okay. So with that in mind, now you know history repeats itself. What's your question, number 75? What is the message for this group? What can we take away from all this beautiful, raw, transparent love and whatever your opinion was and what mine was and all that kind of stuff? But let's just check it out. Let's see what the very first tarot card is. Let me get to my screen here. For this, what's your question, number 75? History repeats itself. Arsenic, 33. 75. What is it? What's your question, number 75? The very first card. I dented it. It's the King of Pentacles. Okay, so this is really interesting. So history repeats itself. 75. You see the 75 right over on the right-hand side of the wall there, spray painted. This is the King of Pentacles, and I want to let all of you know that this, in the tarot deck, this can be card number 78. And when you say, what do you mean it can be? Well, because there are many ways to observe the tarot. If you take the Fool and you use it twice, which is a very popular way to break down the tarot cards, and you place the pentacles or the diamonds at the very end, this can be card number 78. That's why you hear a lot of people say there's 78 tarot cards in a deck. Well, that's because you're counting the Fool, but the Fool's got a big fat 0 on it. But anyway, this can be card 78. Now, it's interesting, and the King of Pentacles represents the King of Money. So I'm going to go back to my numerology. And you guys and gals, did you see this show? Did you see that movie? Did you read that book? I did Leave the World Behind Decoded Part 1 and Part 2. Well, that's because that's tied to this, which is what I just showed. The King of Money. Leave the World Behind was talking about walking away because change is coming. And if you remember, in Leave the World Behind, this is important now, so pay attention, please. When you check the film out, okay, the guy who directed it is Sam Esmail, who also directed Mr. Robot, which was all about cryptocurrency. So if we're talking about history repeats itself, and the King of Pentacles being the 78th card, and Leave the World Behind is 78, and he's talking about cryptocurrency and Mr. Robot, and then the very ending of this movie was by Rose going down in the bunker and watching the final series of Friends called The Last One. And it's just so coincidental, right? That it was May 6th is when it was first premiered. It was first aired on May 6th. And what is May 6th? 56. And what is 56? Lights, camera, action. And the tie-in for this is that the 56th element on the periodic table is barium. And barium, the isotope that's important, is isotope 138. It's the most abundant. It's 137.905, but it's isotope 138. And what's 138? It's the Phoenix event. Wow. So the show, the movie Leave the World Behind ends with Rose. Of course, what was the Mr. Robot all about? White Rose and cryptocurrency. She puts on the last series of Friends, which airs on May 6th, which is 56, and 56 is Lights, Camera, Action, which is the movie, and the movie is tied to the Phoenix event. See how all this is connected? Okay, so that's the first message. So let's see where we can go with this, because that was the first card, and that was a lot. That was a lot. What else can you tell us with that King of Pentacles? So the next card for What's Your Question 75, which means history repeats itself, is the Jack of Clubs, the Knight of Wands. And the Knight of Wands can be card number 33 or 34. Always going to have 2 digits because of that floating Fool card. So this can be card number 77 or 78. But since this started it off and Leave the World Behind is 78, and this is the King of Money, and we're switching over to a digital currency, well, then you would have this being card number 34. This would be card number 34. And of course, this knight right here is attack, 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 attack. And it's mental attack. So we got to go somewhere with this. I'm going to be really premature on this because I don't really know where this is going at this stage of the game. But we do have a starting point of history repeating itself, Leave the World Behind, the crumbling of money, the changing over to digital currency, which seems to be the inevitability. I mean, I don't think we're going to be selling 8-track players or cassette tapes anytime soon. And I certainly don't think we're going to go back to using Rand McNally maps to navigate around the world. Let's pull the third card for What's Your Question number 75. And we're going to add these cards up. So we have card 78 and card 34. Of course, 34 is tied to selenium and the moon. So there's the moon in there. The third card for the messages, we have the Wheel of Fortune, card number 10. This is the card of Capricorn. This is the true card of Capricorn and Kronos. Now, I will remind all of you that Kronos right now is sitting inside the house of Aquarius. And it's not just sitting in the house of Aquarius, it's sitting in the 24th nakshatra, and the word Kronos equals 24 in Greek numerology, as well as the word machine. So the Wheel of Fortune normally means a card of abundance. It normally means a card of abundance. I'm saying that twice so you can get it. This is card number 10. So we have the King of Money, we have attack, and we have, and oh, by the way, and this card is tied to crypto because the jacks are tied to Bitcoin. But this card right here is card 34, but when I convert it into the cards of illumination, let me get it so I can show all of you. Maybe I should do this for all of them. Where are you at? I missed it. Hold on. There it is. So this guy converts into this guy. And this is card number 24. And the word machine equals 24. And the word Chronos equals 24. And the X is the 24. And Twitter became X. And you have XRP. So we have money in here, money twice. Spinning the wheel to determine our fate. Chronos is sitting inside the house of Aquarius in the 24th nakshatra, which does represent that Jack and machine and Chronos. But let's pull another card now. The fourth card for this message for tonight's What's Your Question, number 75. History repeats itself. We have, well, the very naughty Nine of Swords. This is the card of the nightmare. This can be card number 48, and the word Prometheus in its original Greek language numerology is 48. This can be tied to the number 48 through the Nine of Spades, but this right here through the tarot is card number 59, 58 or 59. And 58 or 59, we have as above, so below. We have remote control. We have puppet master. And we also have the game of life. Because if we complete this with the number 59 and being the 59th card in the deck, we now have the game of life. So you can see the message is starting to come through, as it has been for a very long time. Mentally preparing, I believe, that the game is going to be changing and there's going to be loss. And there's going to be anxiety, and there's going to be separation, and there's going to be sleepless nights, and there's going to be anguish. That's normally what happens when something takes a toilet flush. That doesn't mean you're going to be affected by it. So I'm not fear-mongering here. I'm simply just the tour guide messenger here. But let's pull up another card and see where we're going with this. Let's get the fifth card. Fifth card now for this message for What's Your Question 75. History repeats itself. We got some crypto in here. We have some leave the world behind here. We may have some financial collapse in here, but we do have the Savior card coming in. The Ace of Cups. This card right here is tied to Eye in the Sky. This is tied to the never-ending cup of infinity. But this card is a very promising energy. And this is a new beginning. So after the nightmare, you have the new beginning. Following up after the nightmare, and the Wheel of Fortune spinning to determine your fate. We have rushing in. This is a card of cryptocurrency, and we have the Man of Money, the King of Pentacles. But again, we still have, is there going to be a financial collapse? Is there going to be a cyber attack? All these things are possibilities on the world stage. I don't know. I'm not going to say they will or will not happen, but I think that the handwriting's been on the wall. China and Russia. I don't really pay attention to the mainstream. I just get messages from people, but they've pulled away from the dollar, devalued it. Here in Mexico, man, the Mexican peso has strongly gained against the dollar. It's ridiculous. That's a telling sign. But let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's pull 7 cards. Let's get the 6th card for this. What's Your Question number 75? History repeats itself. We got some crypto in here. We do have a nightmare in here, but we do have a nice new beginning. But man, boom. See, I like this. I love this card. This is a card of Sirius. This is the 16th card in the deck. This is destruction. This is the explosion. This is tied to the Pale Horse. So we do have, it's interesting because right before that we had a beautiful Ace of Cups here. But let's just see what the 7th card is, and then we'll kind of make heads or tails of this message here for What's Your Question 75, like what the world has to look forward to moving forward. I think, we got this eclipse coming up. It's probably just going to be another day, but you never know. All right, so the final card for this What's Your Question number 75, card number 7, and then I'm going to try to do my best to interpret all of them. Card number 7 is the King of Clubs. This King of Clubs, I will give you a few connections to this. Number one, this is the card of September 11th. This is the card of September 11th. It marks September 11th. This King of Wands is also card number 35/36. So we have some Jesus Christ energy in here because Jesus Christ equals 36. There's the King. So that idea is postulated and thrown around. The King of Wands is tied to the 20. This is tied to the King of Clubs. And the King of Clubs is card number 26, which is tied to the word source. Let me add these up. Let's see what we get for the total, because sometimes the number comes through and it's pretty important. $260, that's a big number. It's the 26. We got source energy here. And 26 is tied to the element iron. So the message, let me show you the message through alchemy. We had a total of 260, which is another permutation of 26. The 26th element is iron, and iron has an isotope 55.845, and what is that isotope? It's isotope 56. And remember what 56 is? It's the movie. So the movie's going to change, ladies and gentlemen. You don't need me to tell you that, but the movie is going to change in a big way, because the two cards that cause a lot of chaos and grief were here. The changing of the guards for finances was here, as well as the Jack comes in to rush into battle, as well as the starting point was the King of Pentacles, which is the King of Money. So we had money in here twice with that and the Wheel of Fortune card, remembering that Saturn, Kronos, is in the sign of Aquarius right now, in the 24th nakshatra, and the word machine equals 24. Kronos in Greek numerology is 24. Saturn is sitting right now in its own nakshatra through the numbering systems. And you have Pluto right now in the sign of Capricorn, and Capricorn is ruled by Saturn. So we have some Saturn energy here, folks. And Pluto's job is to be the wrecking ball. And Pluto's sitting in the 21st nakshatra, which represents the world. And at the very end of it, the king is overseeing all this. There's great change going to be coming. I mean, we do have the highlight of this Ace of Cups, but this Ace of Cups could be filled with the Nightmare, because the Nightmare was pulled right before I pulled the Ace of Cups. So just because the Ace of Cups gets pulled, and it normally means, oh, look how lovely, you have the cup overflowing of beauty. Yeah, I know, but what preceded it was the Nightmare. So what could be coming in that cup is some chaos. Now, I'm not here to be fear-mongering. I'm not here to tell you that, oh, you better watch out, you better get away from here. Listen, my position is to tell you that you're exactly where you need to be right now. I promise. That's my truth. You're exactly where you need to be right now. So if you feel the urge, like, I got to get out of here, I got to move, should I move? If you ask the question, should I move? Well, the answer is yes. It's just a matter of where do you want to go? And then go have fun with it. But if you live through a layer of fear with this presentation right now, I would highly encourage you to kind of relinquish that, because with chaos comes order. And again, folks, these markets are so overinflated. The real estate market's so overinflated, it's ridiculous. The financial debt, like the United States, has to have a massive correction. That's a no-brainer. I'm not even a financial analyst, and I'm not giving you financial advice, but that's kind of, in my book, that's a no-brainer. But it's exciting times to be alive. I say, get out your marshmallows and graham crackers and just be in a place where you feel is the most place of bliss for your life. I'm going to pull one card from the cards of illumination, and we're going to call this a wrap for What's Your Question 75. So what is the overall message to cement the deal for this reading here for What's Your Question number 75? Using the the deck of the playing cards. We're going to just do one card randomly, and we have the what is it? 6 of hearts. So that's beautiful. The 6 of hearts. This is the card of carbon. Now, obviously, the message here is not one that's really amazing. It has chaos in it, and I think this is a cup full of chaos. I think that's what this message is. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm just going to tell you what the cards, along with which preceded, these two were back to back. The nightmare and the sudden shock and destruction of the tower. And we had the Wheel of Fortune that preceded that. So listen, folks, this spells out that there's a major correction coming. The overall message was the 6 of hearts, which is carbon. Now, this obviously could mean that there could be a lot of deaths coming. Normally, this is a card of, 6 is legacy and masterpiece, and it's tied to the last day of creation and through Judeo-Christianity. So it does have some promise here. But coming off the aspect of all this sudden shock and this nightmare here with the 9 of Swords and the Tower card, it's very possible that we're gonna have a cup full of dynamite here. And of course, at the very end, you had the King of Wands, the source energy, the master of the mind here, overseeing all of it at the crown position. So I really feel like there's going to be some chaos coming in here. But again, this card right here is the card of what it means to be a human being. So there is I'm going to give you the picture of it in the tarot so you can kind of take it for what it's worth. But the 6 of hearts in the tarot is the 6 of cups. And the 6 of cups is normally a card of like nostalgia and going back to what it means to be a human being. What it means to be a human being. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, that the messages have been coming through pretty crystal clear in the sense where you got to be willing to walk away from the things you're holding on to. You got to be willing to let it all go and not react to it. And that's a tall order. But I think it's something that will give you a lot of value. Is like looking at your overall life and deciding that you can walk away from it all if you need to, and realize that you have the ability, the world has the ability to rebuild and start over again, if that's what's coming down the pike. Now, again, this is what the cards say, and the message is pretty crystal clear here. So there's going to be some of you that may interpret it a little bit different, but I just don't see that message any more clear than this, that we may have a cup of a disaster coming in. You get this eclipse coming up. I mean, it's probably just going to be another day, but there could be some things that will happen after that. I just don't know. And I don't like to do predictions. Predictions suck because if you get them wrong, you get crucified. To me, predictions suck. And then you're chasing and then all that kind of stuff. So. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate each and every one of you for stopping by and being a part of this. What's Your Question number 75 was a lot of fun, different format with the painting on the wall. I wanted to kind of change it up. Normally have the room with the neon and all that kind of stuff, but wanted to do something a little bit different. Maybe this whole scenery here is, this is more old school, right? This is more antique, going back to nostalgia. So maybe that 6 of hearts, going back to, like the idea of nostalgia and going back to originations. Maybe that's what's coming down the pike. And we have this setting here, the Mona Lisa. And I mean, I got to look into the Mona Lisa because that's what popped into my head. And I got to go look at, the paint. I mean, Leonardo da Vinci, remember? The Last Supper is tied to that. And so, I mean, the Last Supper is a painting of the zodiac wheel above. The 6 apostles on the left, 6 apostles on the right, Jesus in the middle. That's 13. That's going to be your zodiac wheel. The 12 tribes of Judah. That's going to be the iris of your eye, and the center point, which is the Jesus Christ Superstar Experience. That's the black sun. And it just may be that the black sun's under the earth and there's nothing outside of this, but that's for a different story. All right, so with that in mind, gotta find a song to play, and I'll let all of you great decoders go about your merry way, do your little texting and all that kind of stuff. I guess I'll play this. A little bit of Police, man. I'll get a copyright strike for this, but that's all good. I don't monetize it anyway. So, but ladies and gentlemen, have fun with the rest of your Saturn night. Just turned into Sunday here in Mexico. I'm on Central Standard Time now with the time change. But ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor and a pleasure for coming here and joining and be a part of this family. I appreciate each and every one of you. Big shout out to all the Patreon members. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for tonight. My name is Logan, Decode Your Reality. Until next time, we will see you later.